Good morning, councillors. Good morning, everybody. I'm Mark Long, Chairman of the Development Management Committee. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 20th of February. Welcome to those who are viewing online and attending online, and to members of the public who are attending today. Just some housekeeping before we start. In case of a fire alarm, please exit the doors and the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left. Water is available outside the door on the right. This is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. And can I ask those councillors and members of the public who are here, please to either mute or turn off their mobile phones so that we don't get any interruptions during the meeting. Thank you. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. The objector will speak. The supporter will speak, the parish council representative will speak, and the ward member or members will speak. Council members of the committee are able to question each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would now like to ask the officers at the top of the table to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter. I'm Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bernard Taylor. I'm Vice Chairman of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer.
Good morning. Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for South Hams.
Good morning. I'm Peter Whitehead, Principal Planner and Case Officer on the first item.
Thank you for that. Apologies. Do we have any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Nadine Dommett, and Councillor Hodgson has to give her apologies for the afternoon session. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we have agenda item 1, the minutes. We have the minutes of the meeting of the 16th of January. Do you move those? Thank you. Second. Members, do you agree those? Thank you. Item 2, urgent business. There are no items of Chair's urgent business. Division of the agenda. There's no reason to divide the agenda. Item 4, declarations of interest. Members, are there any declarations of interest for the items before us today? I will, as the first item, case number 309323, Little Shear, I will be speaking as ward member, so therefore we'll hand over at that point to Councillor Taylor as Vice Chairman and move over to the side to speak. Thank you, members. The item 5, public participation. The list of speakers for today has been circulated to members and you have them before you. We now have the normal element of the reminder about the decision-making process that Mr. Fairbairn will now run through. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The committee's obviously heard this several times before, but in terms of members of the public who are perhaps not so familiar with the planning process, the committee, its starting point for decision making is the policies of the development plan. In this case, the development plan is the joint local plan and any made neighbourhood plan. And they must also have regard to any other material planning considerations. Planning considerations are material if they are concerned with the use and development of land in the public interest, and anything that doesn't serve that purpose is not a material planning consideration, and the committee won't take that into account. So the committee is to make its decision in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. So the committee will consider whether the proposed development complies with the development plan as a whole. Now, the joint local plan, like other development plans, comprises a whole range of policies on a variety of topics, and they're generally broad statements. So it's possible that a proposal might conflict with one policy but be wholly supported by another. for example, a policy, a development might be supported by a policy which promotes economic development, but is then offends against a policy protecting the environment. In those situations, it is a matter for the committee to use its planning judgment and to give those policies the appropriate weight. So in the planning balance, there's a judgment, the scales are tipped in a particular way. Thank you, Chairman. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. We will now move on to item 6, but before doing so, I'll hand over to the Chairman and vacate. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The first item to be heard is 309-323 VAR, Little Shear Hope Cove, and I'll hand over to Mr. Whitehead to give his report, if I can, please.
Good morning. So this is an application for the variation of condition 2 on an earlier approval for dwellings in Hope Cove, a site called Little Shear, 1079-20 FUL. There we go. Sorry about that. Right, this is the location of the site outlined in red. The sea is to the west within the settlement, as you can see, with dwellings effectively surrounding it on all sides. And this is an aerial photograph. It is to the east of the Hope Cove house. I think it was previously called the Sun Bay Hotel. Key issues in this case are going to be, in my view, the planning history, because there is a record of an earlier approval, but also a refusal and an appeal decision. The appeal decision and our earlier refusal rested upon the scale and appearance of retaining walls, which I shall discuss in more detail. Other issues, though, of note: landscape impact. The site lies within the national landscape, therefore we do attach a significant amount of weight to the landscape impact of any development therein. Neighbour amenity and ground stability. The officer's recommendation is one of conditional approval. So this is the original bungalow in pre-2020, before the first application was made. A modest single-storey property. Obviously here we're standing by the road. The site slopes up from front to back. There is a dwelling on the right-hand side called Sunnygale, which is at a slightly higher level. The hotel I just referred to is to the left off shot. This shows the topography of the site. It has quite a significant fall from rear at the top of this slide to the front by the highway. It also slopes from east to west, so from right to left, from Sunnygale towards the hotel on the left. And again, this is the site showing the relationship to adjoining properties: Anchorage to the north, Sunnygale to the east, and the Sun Bay Hotel to the west. So this is the approved layout in 2020. The permission that was granted was for the demolition of the existing bungalow and the construction of two two-bed dwellings in its place. You'll note from this layout, and mindful that the site slopes, that there were retaining walls shown to the sides of the dwelling, and also that the garden at the back is terraced. This is what was approved. Two-storey properties, but with the first floor accommodation essentially within the roof space. Again, this is a section through the site showing the terraced gardens to the rear. And again, this is how the proposal was intended to look, with landscaping to the front. hidden behind the landscaping, you will see retaining features to the front of the dwelling and to the left-hand side wrapping around, and also to the right of the car there is a retaining wall extending out to the edge of the highway. So when the development was undertaken, the original bungalow was demolished, but then subsequently the development was not undertaken in accordance with the approved plans. There was substantial excavation carried out, and a different form of dwellings to those approved was under construction. It was at that point that we as an authority became aware of it, and this application 086521 VAR was made to seek approval of amendments to the approved application. Again, this shows retaining walls to the periphery of the dwelling, but of more substantial height by necessity, because by excavating down, the dwelling's slab level is at a lower level. This is the elevations of the application that came in. It's seeking to remedy matters. I think it's important to note that the ridge height is exactly the same as the earlier approval. So the overall height of it above sea level is exactly the same as approved. The depth of the houses, the height of them, is achieved by digging down into the site, not by building up. What is different also about this is that they are still two-storey houses, but the accommodation is not now in the roof space. An additional floor of accommodation has been achieved by digging down, excavating into the site. This is a section through showing the development as it was being constructed, again with the terraced gardens. This shows the ground floor, so it's upside down houses with bedrooms at the bottom and living accommodation above. This is the first floor showing the living accommodation with balconies and some terraces to the front. And again, this is the elevations. Section through showing some of the retaining features and the rear elevation facing onto the terraced gardens. Section through from the other side. So the application was refused by this authority, and this is just gives you a picture of what the site looks like today. Members will have seen this, those who attended the site visit. We refused the application and it subsequently went to appeal. And this is the reason, and I think it's important to reflect upon the reason why we refused the application. It was refused for the revised designs resulted in an altogether new appearance whereby the scale and height of all the retaining walls and the materials used in their construction, in addition to the alteration of the front boundary treatment, create a harsh, overbearing and highly engineered development that is harmful to the character of the street scene within the AONB and Heritage Coast. So we as an authority focused on the retaining walls. I think it's important to note that the reason for refusal did not draw any attention to any harm caused by the dwellings themselves. It was purely relating to the retaining walls. And the appeal decision, it was dismissed on appeal. The appeal decision also purely focuses on the harm caused by the retaining walls, considering them incongruous and referencing their excessive scale and poor choice of materials, given that they were comprised of interlocking concrete blocks. Application that's now come in then seeks to overcome the reasons for the refusal and the
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just with reference to the reason for refusal, I notice you put some, you emphasise the retaining walls, but it also mentions the front boundary treatment. Can you explain what that is? That the boundary wall itself, or can you explain what the front boundary treatment actually means?
So this is the front boundary treatment that's referred to Councillor, and this is to me a retaining wall. It retains the frontage of the site.
Okay, so it's the it's a retaining wall right at the
Not-
very, very front, facing the road.
That is not a freestanding wall. That is retaining earth and ground behind it.
It's a little bit of freestanding.
Little bit. I can explain more. There are some more sections, but yeah, that's part and parcel of the harm that we identified. So that's the reason for refusal. So this is the layout then that's come in seeking to, or the application that's come in seeking to resolve matters. The layout is the same. The houses are part built, so the footprint of the houses is the same. And in fact, the plans, the drawings of the houses are exactly the same as before. What has changed relates to the retaining walls around the house and to the frontage of the site, and indeed the landscaping of the site. This is the landscaping. I'll show you this in sections, but the intention is to remove some of the retaining walls and reduce the height of others. Where the retaining walls abut Sunnygale to the east and the hotel to the west, and indeed the frontage of the site, they will be battered at an angle. So they will be earth rather than formed from some solid material, and will be able to support hedging. So the brown colour to the periphery of the site is going to be hornbeam hedging. The back of the gardens, the terraced gardens, will be landscapes, and again there will be landscaping to the front. So the intention is broadly to try and soften the appearance of the site. But as I say, there are also some significant changes to the retaining walls too. This is what's proposed now. So the frontage of the site, I can show you more photographs as we go through, but the original retaining wall that we refused permission for here is now being significantly reduced in height. Set out in my report, it's reduced in height from 0 adjoining the site access to 1.79 tall to the west boundary with the adjoining hotel. And again, members, if you remember when we were at the site visit, Pat went and stood by that to give you a sort of a reference point as to how high it will be. But but where it adjoins the highway, it is literally nothing, and it then goes up to 1.79 at point A on that slide. So you can see here, the red line indicates what's being taken out in effect. Councillor Bonham asked a question about the retaining wall.
Can we just have a few more seconds to look at that previous slide? Struggling to understand what the red line is compared with, what it's been comparing with.
The red line is the height of the existing wall, or the wall that was refused on the earlier scheme.
Proposed wall.
The proposed wall is the stonework below that. So if you the red is what's the height as refused, and the stone below that gives you an indication as to what is now proposed.
Thank you. That explains that. Thank you.
Councillor Bonham asked a question about it being retaining walls. Well, they are in part. You will see from this that there is a section through which shows that to some extent they are. I mean, it depends upon the topography of the site because the site is not flat, but that shows that part of the wall to be removed is freestanding there, but it wraps around and is retaining wall further around the boundary. So, but you'll see from that is to be removed, the red section. What are they proposing to do? The remains of the retaining walls will now be stone faced, and we are proposing a condition to seek an appropriate sample of natural stone in that regard. So we're looking at a combination of reducing the retaining walls, but then cladding the remaining sections of retaining walls with an appropriate natural stone, which would then reflect other natural walls, natural stone walls within the settlement. This again shows you the front retaining wall, which is being reduced in height. And again, the same one.
Yes, if I may, I'm sorry, wasn't able to get to the site visit. Just go back to the previous photo, if we can. Is that, just to understand, the retaining wall that's to be removed is sort of the grey colour, and the one to be retained is sort of red colour at the front? Is that my understanding? Reddish. So in other words, they're retaining it up to the line of the green plants that's sort of halfway.
I'm not sure it's quite so precise, and it's perhaps a question to ask the
Okay, but
architect.
my other question, if I may, is the land to the left of the retaining wall, as we're seeing it here, part of the site? Because they need, you know, half a metre maybe. Is that part of their site?
Yeah, the agent has certainly confirmed to us at the site visit that there is sufficient space to add a cladding of stone on the front of the wall within their land ownership.
Thank you. Peter, I believe that the lower bit that's being retained is going to be stone clad.
Yes, that's true. This again shows you a sort of a section through and the sort of construction of the existing retaining walls. They are sort of a block form, hollow block form, which interlock. So this is taking you through the other elevations. So this is the east elevation of Sunnygale. The red line indicates the existing height of the retaining wall. The stonework you can see below that indicates what is now proposed by way of height. So there is a reduction of over a metre in some parts of that wall, as you can see there. The top of the wall, because of the changing ground level between Sunnygale and the top of the wall, there is a batter down. So as I said, with the landscaping, there is going to be an earth slope dropping down from Sunnygale's boundary to the top of this retaining wall, which will then be planted with hedging. And it's the same on the other side. This is a comparison of the retaining walls that were approved in the original 2020 permission, which again, I think are provide a useful comparison. This again indicates that what is now proposed is actually lower than the retaining wall we approved in relation to the original permission. Certainly in as much as it adjoins the road, as you can see there to the right hand side of the slide.
Thank you. You mentioned there was part of the wall was freestanding. Which part of the wall is freestanding?
This would not be. This is the wall abutting the neighbouring property.
With the initials, the other slides. So the very front part of the sort of facing the road, that's freestanding, is it? And this is retaining.
This is the section of the wall they are proposing to retain here is retaining. Yes.
Mr. Wyman. I don't, if you recall from the site visit, I don't think any of the walls you could be described as completely freestanding. There is on the front, there is the lower part certainly retains the site, and then at the moment there is a piece above that doesn't retain any of the land because it's above ground level. But I certainly wouldn't describe any of them as freestanding because all of them at some point do retain some land.
Yeah. I think what's notable.
Go ahead. Could we, when we're discussing this, go back to when you were showing the existing and proposed walls? You had the sections through, just to clarify some points. Apologies.
That one?
No, but back before these. That's the one there. Can we have clarification? I'm not sure whether this will come up with and be available to the agent. What you're showing there, the existing detail doesn't actually describe it. It's description provided, but all it's showing is where the stone facing. It doesn't show the construction. If you can confirm how it's when you're looking at it, it's not looking at the construction. It's looking at it's describing how the stone facing will go on. Just to clarify that.
Yes.
Yep. So what we're looking at there is just the stone facing element
It
of
is.
it.
I would agree. It is a proposal to stone face the existing wall.
But that the backworks and how it's constructed it's not showing how it's actually constructed currently.
Not in detail.
So
no.
it's just showing how the proposal for the stone will be added to it.
That would be my belief. Yes.
Thank you.
Members, can I say that, can we let Mr. Whitehead finish his presentation and ask the questions afterwards? Because otherwise, it's going to carry on.
So this is so section D. I was talking about this one. So the section of the wall which is to the side of the house is to be stone faced, as you can see with the darker grey. The section of the wall that is behind the house, wrapping around into the rear garden, has no presence in the street scene. It's not visible in the public domain, and the intention, therefore, is to retain that with the existing concrete block rather than to stone face it. This shows the relationship with Sunnygale, and you can see the height of the existing retaining wall. As I say, this section of wall is being reduced in height, and then the land between that and the boundary with Sunnygale will have hedging planted upon it. This again shows the side boundary with Sunnygale, and again, standing on top of the wall, you can appreciate here, with the retaining wall being reduced in height, what I was saying about the intervening metre of land being sloped down and battered with a hedge planted upon it. This is the west side elevation, so much the same really. The section of wall is being reduced in height. You can see with the red line the section of the existing wall that is being demolished. The section which is within the public domain will be stone faced. The section that is behind the house will be left as it is. And this is the rear elevation. Then it doesn't really explain it fully, but in essence, the gardens are terraced as we viewed on site, and indeed as per the approval. What is intended is effectively to retain the timber sleeper wall that is on the boundary or closer to the boundary with the anchorage. What is proposed now is a reduced height of wall relative to the earlier approval. Other than that, the timber sleeper wall will be remaining as per as it exists now, as it has been constructed. This shows the part of the rear amenity space with steps up, the terracing. This is the timber sleeper wall which I mentioned. Again, this is one of the terraces facing towards Sunnygale. And this is the intended finished appearance of the site, with the stone walls facing onto the road and to the left and right of the site as it's viewed in the public domain, with hedging and planting to the front. Again, this is the landscaping scheme that's been submitted. So, Chair, Councillors, these are, in my view, the most important issues for us to consider today. The planning history, I believe, is a material consideration which we have to give significant weight to. There is an appeal decision which also directs us in terms of key issues, and the harm that is identified in that is specific to the retaining walls. There's landscape impact to consider, obviously, as it's a national landscape, and there's neighbour amenity to consider. My report sets out, I don't consider there is an issue in terms of the impact upon the neighbours. Obviously, we are also comparing this against an approved scheme too. Ground stability has been raised by a number of parties. There is now a technical report. We've read that, and we're satisfied that it gives the level of comfort that the site can be satisfactorily and safely developed. Recommendation, therefore, from officers is one of conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitehead. Open to questions. Councillor Panel.
I was confused. I think I've resolved it now. But when we looked at those east and west elevations, we were looking from within the site rather than, I was imagining we were looking from outside the site and I couldn't understand the topography. But if we're looking for both of those from inside the site to the east and to the west. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Whitehead, for your explanation. Just in terms of the criteria, what I understand is that there's been approval of a previous application for 2 buildings. So we're not questioning whether 2 houses are appropriate for this site, but given that this design is totally different to what's been approved, and there hasn't been any subsequent approval for buildings of the size and the scale that we're now looking at, are we not also considering the mass and the scale of these 2 houses in this situation? Because I'm not sure why we wouldn't be considering those points.
Chair, through you, we are considering the scale and mass and design of the houses, and indeed we considered the scale and mass of the houses when we considered the earlier application in 2021. That application came to this committee, and we as a committee did not raise any concerns relating to the scale, mass, design, appearance of the houses at that point. So we are simply now considering the same design of houses that we considered 2 or 3 years ago. And as a case officer, I have to give that decision that we took and the subsequent appeal decision considerable weight, I believe, in my balancing the issues. But as I said, the height of the dwellings is exactly the same as the original approval. They're not going up; they have dug down. So they have greater physical mass and volume, but that has been achieved by digging down into the site, not by building them up. Thank you.
Weimer.
I'd just like to add from what Peter said that the appeal decision, the issues the inspector raised and considered, the reason the appeal was dismissed was solely on the scale, height, appearance, design of the retaining walls, and didn't raise any issues with the dwellings themselves. And I think it'd be a very slippery slope to go down if we then focus on something that we didn't focus on before and has already been accepted by an inspector.
Councillor Long.
I agree with the interpretation there, but at the time there were concerns about the scale, massing, but I think it is clarity that the inspector didn't look at that and concentrated. So I think there is in the minds of the local residents still concerns.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Oh, yeah.
I'm struggling to find, I'm looking on the application site, I'm struggling to find a drawing that shows in any detail what happens at the top of the retaining walls to the sides of the property, because there's a thin strip, and if the retaining wall comes down in height, then presumably the slope of natural soil will be really quite steep to achieve that in the thin strip. Do we have an angle of that for that?
There are various plans, Councillor, and they may not be within my presentation, but there was considerable dialogue with the applicant and the agent about that, because initially I think the slopes were battered at 45 degrees, and I think that was deemed to be too steep. So the plans have been changed to show a batter at 30 degrees, and the architect, I'm sure, can confirm that. But there are sections through that show the batters at the approved angle, and our landscaping officer has confirmed that hedges would establish on that degree of slope.
Just for convenience and to make sure I'm looking for the right thing, have you got the thing that shows where all the A's, B's and C's, that sections, that's the fella?
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, sections F and G, Councillor Rake.
Yeah.
I'm sure they show the the relationship to the boundaries with Sunnygale and indeed the hotel and with the
They
the
do
the
indeed,
slope,
and
the
I did
slopes.
get those up in front of me. I'm just okay. It shows it as a maximum of 30 degrees, as you say, and we're confident that there's room for that.
We have to work on the basis of the submitted plans. Yes, they demonstrate that there is room for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Long.
Just a point of clarity, and it may be something to raise that I should raise with the agent. It has been raised previously. There is a sewer that runs from a property anchorage, goes across the back of the site and down between the new property and Sunnygate, and that doesn't appear on any of the plans, nor has it. There been comment from South West Water. This has been raised previously during the life of this application. And I don't see it in the geotechnical assessment report either. Is this something the officer would pass comment on, or the agent?
Probably a question for the agent. I did raise it, I'm sure, with the Water Authority. I'm not sure. I don't believe. I can't say categorically, Councillor. It is a question perhaps to ask for the agent, but we did bottom it out.
I'll raise this with the agent.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Oran.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick one. I'm trying to look through all of the feedback about the plans. Has there been any representations from the hotel and any opinion from them about the retaining wall that would be adjacent to their car park?
No, I don't believe so, Councillor.
Any further questions? If not, thank you very much. And we'll move on now to the objector, Sean Travers. Thank you. When you're ready, sir, you have 3 minutes. And after that, you may be asked some questions. Thank you very much.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, members, my name is Sean Travers. I am a Chartered Town Planner, and I've been asked to speak to you on behalf of neighbours here this morning. The application before you states that it is for two-bed dwellings. However, I and neighbours believe that in reality it is for 2 3-bed dwellings. I draw your attention to the ground floor plant rooms and very generous entrance halls which can easily be repurposed without permission. These dwellings are almost twice the size of an average 3-bed house in the UK. This is important because the previous appeal that this application seeks to amend placed great weight on the fact that it was for 2-bed dwellings and not 3-bed. In your previous committee report in 2020, it was noted that a planning inspector found that the existing housing stock within the parish was not meeting the needs of local residents, as half of the housing in Hope was 3-bed and half of that was under-occupied. Chairman, these are large dwellings and are types of dwellings which your council, the neighbourhood plan and government inspector has only recently stated does not meet the needs of your local residents in this area. The inspector adding that to approve more 3-bed dwellings would further imbalance the housing stock of the area, contrary to your local plan policy DEV 8. Members, this is also the wrong type of application. This is a Section 73 application to amend an existing approval, but the scope of the changes are so significant that they can only be made by a permission, not a variation to an existing. Your officer identifies at least 8 significant changes proposed for the original approved design, digging down into the site, adding a whole story, changing the roof design, changing the orientation of the building, adding on balconies, etc., etc. In all, this proposal is 73% bigger than that which you previously approved. 73%. Members, with all these changes, this should be a full planning application, starting again, not a Section 73 application seeking to amend an existing design. At least, or at the very least, you should defer for legal advice and require a new planning application where all matters can be properly dealt with. Chairman, members, I ask that you resolve to refuse the application before you today for the following reason. the scale of the proposal does not respond to the locally identified arising need, and that the development would further imbalance the housing stock of the area, contrary to policy DEV8 and the local plan, and the aims and objectives of the South Hewish Neighbourhood Development Plan. Failing that, I would urge you to defer for legal advice on the appropriateness of the type of application before you. Chairman, members, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Travers. If you sit tight for a minute. Mr. Fairburn, would you like to come in on this, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. With due respect to Mr. Travers, there was a recent Court of Appeal case in which the Court of Appeal considered the extent and scope of Section 73 applications, and it basically says that Section 73 applications are not limited to what are minor material amendments. The amendments can be quite significant. The most important limitation on a Section 73 application is that the development proposed, or the changes proposed, do not alter the description of the development that has got permission. So effectively, the scope, from what I've seen here, this is a perfectly normal and natural Section 73 application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. Is there any members who'd like questions?
Thank you, Chair. Just good morning, Mr. Travers. Just to make sure that I've got this straight in my mind, you said that these properties are, I can't remember the coefficient, but a percentage bigger than three-bedroom property, the standard three-bedroom property in the area.
Chairman, Councillor, I put forward the fact that these are twice the size of the average three-bed house in the UK.
Thank you. We've heard that at appeal the inspector raised no concerns over the design and size of the properties. Can you explain why you think, if this is so significantly different from what was originally posed, the inspector did not feel there was any problem with those, while you do?
Councillor, he was not, or she was not asked. Your previous resolution to refuse was dealing with, and rightly so, those matters which had aesthetic value and concerns with regard to safety and the walls. What you had failed to see was that there was actually a social issue here with the size of that dwelling and the fact that it was now capable and more than likely to provide a building of such size that it was not needed in your village and was therefore contrary to your local plan. You made a mistake once. That doesn't mean to say you have to make it twice, and it doesn't mean that it's wrong. In fact, if you look at your appeal statement or appeal inspector's decision at paragraph 18, back then it says, I find with conflict with the aims to conserve or enhance the natural environment. It goes on to say that you are allowed to have your view. You are allowed as a council to say what you think. You needn't go back and say, hang on here, we have only narrowed ourselves down now. No, the fact remains, this is a building that is larger than that which your neighbourhood plan, your studies on housing and your local plan should be suggesting in this area. It is a social issue that will have damaging effect upon younger families.
Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr. Travers, thank you very much for your points here. I just want to make sure I really clearly understand what you're suggesting. So firstly, you're suggesting it shouldn't be a Section 73 application. And I think based on the comments from our legal advisor, Dave Fairburn, that I think what you might be saying is that these are three-bedroom houses, and therefore the description of the house is now different to the approved planning application, which I think is 1079 2020 FUL. And secondly, you seem to be saying that they're quite different in size. Could you give us the size figures? Are you comparing this to 1079. What sizes are different? Is it the
In terms of size, I'm comparing it to the original approval for a two-bed dwelling, quite clearly a two-bed dwelling when you looked at its floor plan and the size of it.
Could you give us the figures, please?
The figures at the time, I know it's 73% bigger, but I can't remember the reference number. But the first one you approved it, all good and proper. Subsequently, it got bigger and it got bigger. You were missing that point with your eyes hidden by large and unpleasant walls. The point remains, and it should not be dismissed or brushed under the carpet. That is the issue. The issue with the Section 73 application, I take the solicitor's point in respect of recent decisions by the courts, etc., etc. I would contend that the significance of these changes outweigh or are greater than those findings of the courts. But that is something that we would wish to discuss.
Thank you. You want to come back, Mr. Fairburn?
Yes, Chairman. I think what the Court of Appeal decided was that in respect of changes that could be permitted under a Section 73, these could be fundamental or substantial variations. The key question is whether the new scheme that's proposed under Section 73 is consistent with the operative part of the original permission. If the new scheme fits within the original description of development, that is what matters. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? If not, thank you very much, sir. And we'll now move on to the supporter, Mr. Paul Myers. You again, sir, have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning. Firstly, I wish to apologise on behalf of Jeff Davis. He's the engineer from Ruddleston Geotechnical. He's unfortunately at the last minute not been able to attend, but hopefully I'll be able to answer any questions you have, both on the design and the engineering side of things. I think the report prepared by Peter Whitehead provides a comprehensive summary of the planning history and the proposals put forward. I'm pleased he's recommended approval so our client can finally build out this project and remove the current eyesore from the centre of Hope Cove. There are only a couple of things I want to highlight today. The first, I think it's important to stress, as it has been already today, that a similar variation application for this site was considered by the Planning Committee in 2022. The single reason for refusal was due to the scale and height of the retaining walls and the materials used in their construction. When this application was then dismissed, the appeal inspector similarly only stated concerns with scale, massing and materials used in the retaining walls. The point I wish to make clear here is that I believe today that any discussion should be purely focused on the amendments we are proposing to the retaining wall, scale, massing and materials, which hopefully our proposals address everyone's concerns. We've produced several sections through the site, as we've seen earlier today, to hopefully demonstrate a comparison between the current as-built levels, the approved levels, and the proposed levels. I would ask you in particular to compare the approved drawings with the proposed. Some ways ignore what has been built. In almost all situations, there is now less height and massing of retaining wall proposed than approved. Submitted with this application is a full geotechnical assessment report which recommends a maximum soil batter above retaining walls of 30 degrees and the introduction of drainage holes through the retaining walls before concluding at the end of his report, provided these precautions are taken, there should be no adverse effect on the slope stability of the site nor the surrounding area. In summary, I strongly believe the proposed design is superior than the consented scheme, not only due to the reduced height retaining walls, enhanced landscaping and the use of natural stone, but if approved, it will result in an aesthetically more pleasing overall design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions, please, members? I've got a question, if I may, please. You've just read a report. Is that the engineer's report you've read, or is it your interpretation of the engineer's report? Because, when we were on site, there wasn't an engineer's report there. And that rather concerns me, to be honest.
Yeah, the summary I provided sort of the end saying, provided these precautions are taken, there should be no adverse effect on the slope stability of the site nor the surrounding area, is in the Ruddleston's geotechnical report, in the summary on page 10.
Right, Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Can I, morning, Mr. Myers. Can I bring you back to my question to Mr. Whitehead about the scope you have for battening the slopes at 30 degrees? I can share to help colleagues, I think. I can try and share. Maybe I can't. I'm looking at your section FF, which I have on my screen and could share if I could share things. So it appears from that from the ground level Sunnygale down to the top of the wall is some distance over a metre. And my trig suggests, well, actually, cheating on the internet suggests that therefore the horizontal distance needs to be, for every metre of drop, needs to be 1.73 metres horizontally. So can you confirm that that lies within that green strip that Mr. Whitehead has helpfully just skipped over?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I think we originally tried to reduce the height of the retaining walls with a 45-degree slope, but following the Ruddleston's geotechnical report and soil sampling taken, they recommend a maximum slope of 30 degrees. I appreciate section FF and GG are two sort of sections taken through the site, but both of them show maximum 30 degrees banking. And we're on the computer, we've done that for the whole of the site. So where you look at site sections, D and A, so looking at the east and the west elevations, I can confirm that at no point does the land between the retaining wall and the boundary exceed 30 degrees, and obviously all the development stays within the boundary of the site.
Thank you. And secondly, if I may, Chair, just to address something that Mr. Myers said, no, you're Mr. Myers, Mr. Travers said. On your proposed floor plans, you do have, what sort of plant is going in the plant rooms?
Plant rooms nowadays are sizes of almost rooms. These properties will probably be heating and hot water provided by air source heat pumps. They require a larger hot water tank, so somewhere in the region of 300 or even 400 litres. There'll probably be some air handling equipment, so whole house ventilation systems, together with more automation of the house, lighting, sound, entertainment, and those sort of things. Together with the plant rooms, obviously a good sort of storage facility for general sort of day-to-day materials, things like ironing board, brooms, hoover, and things like that.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Rake has taken a bit of my steam there. No, you're quite right. The plant room, and I noticed in your answer, you said probably wouldn't be needed for this and probably be needed for that. My biggest concern is that we have a need in South Hams for 2-bedroom properties. Could a plant room end up being a 3rd bedroom? Is my question.
I think the honest answer is yes, it could.
Thank you.
But it wouldn't be, because we need to get this equipment somewhere else. So we don't house this equipment. Where else is the hot water tank going to go? Where else is the whole house ventilation system going to go?
Councillor Long.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, the engineer's report that I've gone through, I'd say is generally a good report as far as they can do it. but it doesn't give any guarantees. And can you confirm that they weren't able to assess the actual conditions nor the actual build, and they've commented on that? Can I also ask the question that has been pointed out to me and has been pointed out to officers and others, is on the route going through there is a sewer line that runs through that area which is going to be batted back. And Mr. Whitehouse, if you can go back to the photograph that is taken from the back garden showing that line looking towards the road. There is a from the back garden. From the back garden, please. No, it's looking down the actual line next to Sunnygate. That's the one, yeah. The question I have is that you are proposing from where the arras fencing, the fencing is to the top of the proposed adjustments to the wall, taking them down a 30-degree batting back. And there is a sewer line that runs through there, and not just far down there, there's an inspection chamber as well. That doesn't appear in the geotechnical report, doesn't appear in the officer's report. And obviously that, in my mind, is an issue to be able to, deal with the 30-degree angle and batting back. And looking at that distance, are you satisfied that, given that it is recognised in the report that it has not been built according to the manufacturer's specification with elements, that it can in reality be achieved with something that is an unknown running through there as well?
As I understand, this was brought up by Peter when we had one of the original site visits. There is the drain going through there, as you say. We believe it only serves one property, so it would be a private drain coming down through there. South West Water haven't ever raised any issue with it. Obviously, we've liaised with them with regard to stormwater and foul water for the site. As you can see, there's only about a metre 200 gap between the fence and the top of the wall. So at a 30-degree batter, that retaining wall is only going to drop a little bit on that side, but it's still way below where we had the original approval on the existing consent. I understand from talking to the client that the drain is coming down through there. It wasn't touched during the building works and it's quite deep. Reason being, it's obviously got to get down to road level where that blue car is parked. So we believe that in the reduction of the height of the retaining wall and the battering of the slope, no effect to that drain will occur.
Can I clarify a point? You said it already existed. My understanding is that the sewer line run on the other side of the property, and due to the space was diverted down and ran through. That's my understanding, but I think it is the point of view of how you can achieve that battering with the sewer running through at that angle coming down. The other thing is that you haven't responded to is that the wall has not been built according to the manufacturer's specifications, which obviously I think is an issue. I recognise there are a lot of points there about conditions and the view of the assessment, raising some points in there, but I just wonder how you can reconcile the report with the fact that it hasn't been built to the manufacturer's specifications.
Okay, just sort of concluding on the drain issue. I believe that was where the drain was. I do not believe it was moved. That is what I'm told by the client. We weren't party to the site works, so I'm just going on what I've been told by our client at that point. With regard to the retaining wall, yes, it's picked up by the Ruddleston's geotechnical report that it's not built in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations. But before the site was excavated, the client was thinking of using this retaining wall system. They contacted the manufacturers. They gave them preliminary information. Once the site has been excavated, they were sent further information, levels, photographs showing the rock strata, the soil strata, and things like that. They were consulted at all stages. Why it hasn't been built in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations is because it's been enhanced. manufacturer's recommendations, and if we look at the section through those walls, that is the actual section. That's how it is actually built. It's a hollow block system that's then battered back and then infilled in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations with excavated material. If we infill them as we have done in part, not in total, some of them have been infilled with excavated materials, some have been infilled with concrete, it only reinforces the structure, gives more solidity to the retaining walls. And the client did that simply for the stability and ease of building. The manufacturers have been contacted, they've confirmed that they're happy that it's filled with concrete, and it's something that the engineers have specifically stated in their report, that they are happy that it's been infilled with concrete.
My reading of the report is they're not saying they're happy. They accept that that it has been done. I suppose my concern is that we're also talking about drainage, and the drainage there, and the whole point of materials, pea shingle, that is to assist drainage. And I'm sorry to go on about this, but it was the key point, this getting a stability survey of that area. And there are elements in here where certainly neighbours are concerned, and others are concerned about the stability of it and reducing it down, and the ability to drain off water from it, and whether it's actually been built. And the fact that the report does actually say that it has not been built, I think that is the concern. You're saying that the manufacturers are saying that it is, as far as they're concerned, been built in a correct way, but obviously the geotechnical survey didn't see it being built and are not aware of how it was built. But it has to be taken that your client is sort of giving all the relevant information to everybody. I think there is concern there. What you're trying to say is that this survey is correct and that it does override the manufacturer's recommendations for how it should be constructed. I think that's I haven't seen anything in here that from the company who produces it, the system is Allen Block, to say that they are happy with it. And I think that's the concern. It's the safety issues that have obviously been concerned about it, as well as the style of it.
Just to respond on that, yeah, I appreciate there's nothing directly from the manufacturers, but the engineer has spoken to the manufacturers, and I thought that his report, which I say concludes with basically saying that they're happy with the stability of the walls and the surrounding areas, would sort of override what the manufacturers would say, because at the end of the day, it's the engineer that's been to site and is effectively putting his name to the minor recommendations, i.e. the 30-degree batter and the additional drainage holes, to say that if that was undertaken, then he's happy that the stability of the site and the surrounding area is maintained.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Nix. Sorry to wake you up.
No, sorry, Councillor Long has clarified the question I had, thank you.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to keep half an eye on the officers when I ask my question, just to make sure I'm in order. To preface, there was an application in 2020 which all went through fine, no issues at all, given the green light, and then we had to bring it back because there were some changes to the specification. There was a change of heart on the developer's part, which then led to the second application, which was ultimately then refused. Could you clarify to the committee why those specifications changed from the first application? What went wrong? What changed? What was the change of heart?
Yeah, there wasn't a change of heart. During the excavation of the site, I understand the site was very soft, and so further material had to be taken out of the site. We've produced photos, which I think was sent to Peter to prove this at the excavation stage. At the time then, the client was really looked at the design and thought, how can we improve the design as a whole? The previous design was, I think as described, as a chalet bungalow. I dispute the fact that it's 73% bigger. I think that it's maybe 73% in volume, but certainly not 73% in floor area, because the previous design was a ground floor and a first floor. That first floor was within the roof. So the floor area of the approved compared to the proposed is going to be very, very similar. At the time, say work should have stopped. We'll hold our hands up. I think the client would hold their hands up to that, but works didn't. He was thinking he would produce a better design than consented, because the original design was very much a chalet bungalow with quite an ugly flat roof projection out the back of the property to gain that extra space in the top. And then by the time that the application revised drawings for a new design were prepared, the construction had progressed to where we see it in the photos.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a follow-up. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Bonham, I'll make this the last one probably, unless anybody got anything that's different to ask.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks. I'm a bit confused, and I hope you can help me, because what I don't understand is, and maybe I need some help from the officers too, is what's changed here. So a Section 73 application, as I understand it, is changing the conditions. That's correct, is it?
It's varying condition number 2, which is to accord with the drawings. So we're changing the drawings.
So the drawings are changing from what we had before to what we have now. In other words, from 1079 to the new application. But the drawings are quite different. I mean, we're dealing with a bigger property, and therefore, would it not be reasonable for us to consider the drawings and all of the drawings in this consideration that the committee is being asked to look at?
I think it's sort of touched on before that the committee, when it was last here in, I think, June 2022, only raised concern with the retaining walls, not the design of the building. I think they acknowledged that actually the design of the building, as proposed, was superior to then was already consented. And the appeal inspector said the same. He didn't raise any concern with the actual design of the building.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll come to that point in a moment, if I may, when we have the debate. But I think what I'd like to focus on is the point that's been raised already about the size and the plant room. Do you know the size of the plant room that's in the proposed application and the size of the floor area of each building, please? I mean, my estimate is it's about 10 foot by 8, but you know, I'm doing it very roughly, so I'm sure you've had a look at this.
I must admit, I haven't got dimensions on the drawing, not thinking we were going to be talking about design because of the sort of previous comments I've made. The plant room sort of scaling off the drawings is going to be sort of in the region of sort of 3.5 metres by 3 metres. So in the region of 10, 11 square metres.
Okay, thank you. And what's the size of the total floor area of per dwelling of the new application, please?
Again, I apologise, I haven't got that information to hand. All I can say is that the footprint has stayed the same or very similar between the consented scheme and the proposed scheme. The consented scheme was for a 2-storey dwelling, so the floor area is going to be very similar, if not the same.
Okay, but you would agree that the previous applicant, the one that was approved, didn't use all of the loft space. It only used about roughly half of the loft space as living accommodation.
Yeah, it would have shown sort of like storage around the periphery of the rooms on the first floor. So whilst not technically constructed or construed as habitable space, it would have still been sort of like floor area, a part of the construction.
Well, okay, I stand to be corrected, but normally a loft space isn't habitable when it's not got a room in it. But again, someone might correct me on that. And lastly, what is the inclusion of air source or ground source heat pump in the application, please?
Sorry, I'm unsure on the air source heat pump question. All I would say is this is a new dwelling. Most new dwellings would have an air source heat pump rather than a gas or oil-fired boiler.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that is part of your the application. I mean, what you've said, the reason I asked that, if I could explain, is you've outlined the need for the plant room to be ancillary equipment for air source heat or ground source heat pump. I wasn't quite sure, so I'm just checking that that is part of your application because I didn't see it. That's all.
Yes, if you look at both the landscaping scheme and our site plan, which is drawing 388123Q, there is a small, yeah, we've got it on there, rectangular box just to the rear You can see one just above the word plot 1 and then one to the right. That's the air source heat pump, so that's the unit that will sit outside. That would then be connected to a large hot water tank inside. Because air source heat pumps run off lower surface temperatures, they need a greater quantity of stored hot water because the recovery time is a lot longer.
Thank you. Councillor Carson, do you want a quick one?
Just a quick one, Chair. You were in conversation with Councillor Long, and you mentioned that when you started to excavate, you came across very soft soil. So, what assurances are you giving the neighbours that the soft soil's still not around them, and you've contained this?
Basically, we just had to dig to a deeper level to get down to ground-bearing strata that wasn't as soft as the levels above. So it's typically when you dig a foundation, it could be anything from ½ metre deep to 2 metres plus deep, depending on where you find that hard soil. So just more of the ground from the site was excavated to get down to a hard surface to then build up both the house and the retaining walls.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that you dig down for the harder part, but what remains on the surface is the softer soil, which is surrounding the neighbouring properties.
Yes, that soil's been tested by the geological engineer. He's taken samples, sent them off, and from that they've deduced that a maximum slope of 30 degrees is possible, which is obviously built into the design.
And are those retaining walls going to be pinned into the back?
Sorry, pinned into the back.
Into the surrounding soil. Are the walls going to be pinned?
No, the retaining walls, as built in the hollow block interlocking blocks, stay exactly as they are, other than being reduced in level. We're then looking to face the front of them with natural stone, which will only help to support the stability and give a bit more bulk and massing to the retaining wall. But there's no further rock pinning or any work required to stabilise the site. The engineer's completely happy with the retaining walls as they are, even at their height they currently are, that they are completely stable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. Thank you for that. Move on now, if we may, to Councillor Tom Windle, South Downs Parish Council. South Uish. Sorry, what did I say? South Downs. He's south somewhere. He's definitely south somewhere. Quiet, please. Thank you very much, sir. You have 3 minutes, and when you're comfortable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Tom Windle. I'm here to represent the views of South Hewish Parish Council. The current proposal is not significantly different from the previous applications rejected by both South Hams District Council and at appeal. Many of the latest additions and conditions are relatively cosmetic, while we feel the serious structural issues are handled only very briefly. The 20-page planner's recommendation, with 88 references to policy statements derived from national, county and local plans, is a little daunting, to say the least. There is no time to respond to all of these. A submission discussing the wider points has been posted on the District Council's planning portal. Here we now feel that structural integrity of the development is the most important thing. In particular, failure to build to an approved plan. There's been no attempt to follow the approved plan. Knowingly applying for a variation to an unapproved plan, this we consider to be completely unacceptable and makes a mockery of the planning process. Failure to submit reasons to the LPA for excavating well below the approved plan, other than a sentence on encountering soft soil. I should like to have seen that. I'm a geologist. Failure to have ground engineer inspect and analyse the soft soil. There are many reasons for soft ground, some of which can be very problematical. The conduit for groundwater or the presence of radon gas dispersion. Failure to engage in a party wall agreement with close neighbours. This abusive behaviour has allowed a significant buttress protecting the adjacent property to be destroyed, thus creating a potentially dangerous situation in relation to future stability. Cracks have also recently appeared in the adjacent property, Sunnygate. Failure to adopt manufacturer's design specifications on the construction of the retaining walls. The walls do not conform to any current specification for the building of retaining walls, as reported in the applicant's own commission report by Geo Duddleston. These problems have exacerbated and been a problem because of failure to enforce and adhere the approved plan. I'm informed, so you should know, by the owner of Sunnygate that the drain has been moved, so that seems to be an inconsistency. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, sir. Any questions for the councillor? Councillor Long.
Thank you, Councillor Windle. You obviously have a concern and issue with the retaining wall, and that's what has been the sort of main discussion today. Why do you believe the failure to adopt the manufacturer's sort of design? And you've heard the comments from Mr. Myers with the caveats in there from the others. Can you explain why you're still concerned about that?
The fact of the matter is that they weren't built to the manufacturer's specifications in any shape or form. A pipe that was put in there 4 inches to drain is embedded in concrete, so therefore it will do no good at all, nor does it appear at surface as it should do. There is no pea grit behind those blocks. So one's rather left with the question of how safe it is, and we think it's a matter of safety that wall has not been built to its specifications. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Members, is there any further questions or clarification from the councillor? Lovely. Thank you very much, sir. Move on now to Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this, one of the questions that you've seen here, you've heard from an objector, you've heard from the parish council, you've heard from the agent, Mr. Myers. I think there's the discussion around the section 73 and the discussion about the build of the property. I think one of the concerns that obviously members need to consider is the wall that is there and the retaining nature of them. There are some elements of in there that still obviously give concern to local residents as well. And at this point, I'd like, with your indulgence, one of the immediate neighbours, Mr. Pedrick. Obviously, there was already an objector, and I'd like to voice, if I may, the comments from the immediate neighbour who has had to live with this site for over 4 years now. I'm just looking for sort of clarification as to whether I can voice those comments.
Chairman, I think Mr. Councillor Long is pushing the boundaries.
On the
basis that this gentleman did have the opportunity to make representations and didn't.
I think the representations were made previously within the application as such, and I think it is just the sort of points that the concerns, to reiterate the concerns of the immediate neighbours to the points that have been raised by the parish council in their presentation. But if you're saying I cannot voice those, then I accept the comments.
When you're speaking as ward member, you are speaking as ward member and therefore the views of the ward. I don't think you're here to, or there to necessarily provide another opportunity for an individual party to make a point.
I accept that, and I'll take that ruling. I think the elements that were raised by Councillor Windle for the parish council are pertinent, and I just ask members to sort of give consideration to what has been said here and the points and issues around the development, around the concerns that have been expressed within the presentations, the explanations that have been given by Mr. Myers. But I think also to sort of give consideration in the report to the sort of the elements, the way the report has caveated their concerns and their issues, and have not given any firm guarantees as such, because they haven't had the ability to look at the ground conditions on the site and the as-built characteristics of the wall. I think it is beholden on my members to sort of give consideration to everything that has been before them, the reports that have been prepared, and I just ask members to, in the debate, to look at that and give the appropriate response in this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Any questions for Councillor Long? No, thank you. Right, we move now into debate, if we may.
Can I ask a question of the officers? We've heard a suggestion that the space on the ground floor might be used, taken up as an extra bedroom. Can I ask what they feel about that suggestion, whether that is feasible in the plans as submitted, and what our policies are on determining plans where there is possibly additional space?
So, the Chair, this is the lower ground floor plan as proposed, which I believe is the same plan that we also considered several years ago and raised no concerns about. Neither did the inspector on appeal. There's been no change in policy I'm aware of since that last decision as well, which I think is relevant to our consideration. They are modest rooms, as I think you can see in relation to the overall size of the dwelling. I can't really add much more to that.
Members will recall either at the last meeting or the one before, I can't remember which one it was, I did report on an appeal decision where we had taken the view that whilst this was only showing 3 bedrooms, there was a second study or a study that could easily be used as a 4th bedroom, and the appeal decision came back saying you can't make that argument. It's shown as a study for dealing with the application. It's a study. So I think it's very difficult to say categorically this will not be a plant room. It will be a 3rd bedroom. There's no doubt in my mind that more heating systems as they are now do require more space than the more traditional gas. And the vast majority of properties we see coming through Design CV do have plant rooms of various shapes and sizes. So I'm not surprised to see a plant room, but I think we have to take it on face value that it is a plant room and not a bedroom.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, because like previous speaker, I have questions of the officers, which, with the Chair's permission, perhaps I could ask. Okay, so I've got 2 essentially legal questions, if I may, which are to do with what we are comparing to here. And as I understand it, this is a Section 73 notice or application where we're comparing the plans here against the previously approved plans, which was 1079/20 FUL. And in the middle, there was another application which was rejected. What I'm trying to understand is, why does that rejected appeal, this is my first question, if I may, why does that rejected appeal matter? I don't understand the guidance we're being given. I would have thought what we should be doing here is comparing this application to the previous approved application. Is that not correct?
It isn't, but Mr. Weimer is going to explain why.
Well, so if you have a Section 73 appeal, Section 73 application, you are correct in that you would normally see, okay, what was approved, what what are the differences? Are those differences acceptable or not acceptable? This case is slightly different because you're right, in the middle of that, we have an application that was considered by the council, considered by this committee, and that was only refused for a relatively narrow set of parameters, namely the retaining walls and the appearance of retaining walls. That went to appeal, and the inspector. I know what the Mr. Travers says, but it's always open to the inspector to look at the application as a whole. The inspector only dismissed it on the basis of the retaining walls. So I would suggest to you that the authority needs to be consistent in how they deal with applications. And this committee did not raise in the reason for refusal any issues to do with the size, scale, mass and design of the actual dwellings. We only focused on the retaining walls. So officer's opinion is we should be looking at, has this submission overcome our previous concerns? And I don't think we should be turning the clock back and looking at something that we previously said as a council was acceptable. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Mr. Fairburn.
And I'll just add to that, that obviously the planning history is a material consideration, and the courts have been quite stressed the importance of consistency in decision making. So if you've got a decision which has been made, you should rarely, or you should only go against your previous decisions if there's a really substantial difference. I think it's probably members of the public are entitled to understand that decisions will be made consistently, and that's why you have a development plan, as I said earlier as well.
Councillor Bottom, you want to
Thank you. My second then is, again, just to clarify what a planning inspector might say. I mean, my understanding is that if we as a council object to something on criteria X and that's gone to appeal, then predominantly the planning inspector will look at that criteria X, or would they look at the whole thing and judge on every single element? Because isn't that a waste of time of what the planning inspector normally does? I mean, would they consider the whole application in every single element and go through all of the JLP and all of the neighbourhood plans and make a judgment on everything? Or would they predominantly comment on criteria X, on which we've commented as a council?
Mr. Fairburn, you want to...
In theory, an inspector would deal with an application as if it was made to them, so that it is open to them to look at everything. It is, if you read through a lot of appeal decisions, then the primary focus would normally be on the areas of dispute between the council and the appellant. However, they've over the time I've been at authorities, I can think of numerous appeals where they were dismissed for reasons that the authority hadn't raised as an issue, but had been raised by third parties, whether that's parish council, neighbours, and the inspector took the view that the authority was incorrect in not dealing with. That's wrong. The inspector looked at it and said, "Yes, I agree with the third parties," and that's a reason for dismissing the appeal. So, hand on heart, I can't say that inspectors only ever look at the areas of dispute. I think it'd be fair to say they predominantly do, but it's within their power to look at the application as a whole.
Chairman, if I can add to that as well, the inspector is subject to the same legal framework as you are. So they are required to have regard to the development plan and determine applications in accordance with the development plan, etc., etc. So that hence, Mr. Wine was correct in what he says.
If I can have a 10 pence worth, my problem is the retaining wall, not the build of the house particularly, but it's not built in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendations, and I get concerned that it's an upright wall, and it's maybe stability would be a problem, but we couldn't hear that from the engineer because he wasn't here. So debate. Yeah, we've been there for a long time. Yeah.
We did go into debate, but Councillor Bonham said, I've got some questions for the officers, but we've been in debate from the end of Councillor Long's speaking.
Babbitt, you're with us.
I have a question for the officers. Was it right? Am I correct in that you accepted the engineer's report on the stability of the retaining walls? Was that something that was in your report, or in your verbal report?
Yes, I have referred to the conclusions of the geological report, the technical report in my reports. Yes.
Accepting that the construction and the retaining capability is adequate.
I mean, my report refers to the National Planning Policy Framework, which sets out that the responsibility for safe development of sites rests with the landowner and/or developer. That paragraph is in my report. I've also referred to the National Planning Policy Guidance, which also gives authorities some guidance on how to deal with issues like this, and sets out that we should satisfy ourselves that a site can be safely developed. And based on the conclusions of the report, which, as has been set out, identifies some remediation to be carried out in terms of providing seep holes, weep holes, and the battering of the slope, it concludes that the walls are fit for purpose. As a planning authority, my view as case officer is that is as far as we need to go. Thank you.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a difficult one when things come in as a variation, because it gets quite muddly to kind of pick our way through. And I really appreciate the views of South Hewish Parish Council, and it's difficult. But at the same time, the other side of it is that if we refuse this today, having had a well-aired debate and all the the detail of the officer's report, I think it would struggle at appeal, actually, and I think that's something to just be really aware of. And while I always want us to do the best possible for the area, I think what we have before us is I can hear the thing about safety, and of course, with the current sinkholes taking sort of the high street out in the part of Surrey at the moment, I suppose we're all very, very aware of what could happen. But and I don't think any of us would take this lightly, but it is actually a building control matter as much as anything. So it's up to, there is that element of, as far as I understand it, the building control will step in on that too. But it's, on the balance of what we have before us, I'm actually willing to propose approval based on the officer's report of conditional approval. So that's my two penneth.
Thank you. Before we move on, have I got a seconder for that? Councillor Panel? Speak, Councillor Panel.
If I may, I would draw members' attention to condition 8 that is being suggested, which says that the development approved shall be undertaken in accordance with the recommendations of the geotechnical assessment report, and prior to occupation, confirmation by a competent person that the land within and immediately adjacent to the site is stable and in the interest of neighbouring amenity. So there's a strong condition there that has to be re-inspected before the dwellings can be occupied. And with that assurance, I'm prepared to second approval.
Thank you. Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair, that I'm raising other issues, but I've had a look at the original application, which was approved, the 1079, and it lists condition 11, principal residence. Do we have principal residence condition on this new application? I didn't notice that. Thank you.
Chairman, through you, condition 13 is the principal residency condition. Thanks.
Councillor Long. If you wind this one up, I should think, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. as you may gather, local people have concerns about this, and I still have concerns about this application. I do accept that there were issues raised in the previous application and an appeal beyond the retaining walls, but they were not the main points that were put, and the inspector has determined according to this. So however much I sort of have a problem, I accept what the inspector has said and the direction the inspector has taken on it, but my concern is the ability to sort of the guarantees. There are still issues in my mind about the retaining walls and the safety aspects there, and I'm always conscious that one of the big bugbears for me right the way through this is that building control did not wish to take any involvement in this because they saw them as retaining walls. They were not part of building construction, so therefore they've not had any involvement. They've not had any sight or comment on this, and that I find one of the strangest things within planning and building control, that they do not take an interest in this. And I think that's an issue with the regulations, legislation and operations there, which is at a level above us. But I think the questions, the concerns that I still have with this is that there are so many limitations and caveats put by the geotechnical survey. They specifically said in one of those limitation assessment, has not inspected the ground conditions exposed at the site during the construction of the houses and retaining walls, nor supervised the construction of walls. Only limited commentary can be made on the details of the ground conditions of the site and the as-built characteristics of the walls. I still have a concern that there's been no mention of the sewer line that runs through there. I still have questions about the ability to back that soil. There are issues with the neighbour's property after 45 years starting to crack, you know, in places that it's not before. So there's still issues with stability there. I do not take any comfort. I recognise it's a good report prepared. It's one of the best that I've seen with the limitations that they've got, but I still have a concern there. For that reason, I cannot support this application going forward. There are a number of issues there. If this does go forward, I think the conditions about landscaping, I would prefer, rather than what has been proposed in landscaping, a hedge at the top of that bank, because I think there's questions about planting in a limited space on a slope. I would prefer to see some sort of form of limited fence going through there, because it is a high bank. And I know I'm getting on to a point, but it is key. If it does go forward, there needs to be a fence with the neighbours, because there's quite a drop there of sort of 1.2 metres. I think 1.4, 1.8, the discussion around of putting in horn beams. I think there needs to be greater clarity around the landscaping, what is going in there, and, as has been commented, the enclosure of the site. But I have to say, I am still uncomfortable with all of the details that have been expressed today and the responses given. I would have much preferred to have seen the engineer to have explained everything, and I don't think there is sufficient explanation to make me feel comfortable with this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Rake, did you want to come in quickly?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. So I have issues on a couple of points. One is that has already been covered by Councillor Bonham, but is the dog that didn't bark, the fact that we didn't object to the in the intermediate application, we didn't object to the appearance of or size of the new proposed houses, and nor did the inspector. And I mean, it's just perhaps a learning moment for the committee, because on a previous application, which was recommended for acceptance, colleagues put forward reasons for rejection, which, had they been limited to the first couple, might have swayed the committee, but as more and more reasons for objection were added, I think the sentiment of the committee was lost. So there's clearly a sweet spot between objecting to as many things as you can and objecting to the first thing that in and of itself is disqualifying. And I think in this case, in and of itself, the retaining walls as built were enough reason to, and so should the previous committee then have gone further and added things on at the risk of weakening their case? I mean, if you fling everything at the wall, some of it's going to slide off. So that is that is my first issue, the procedural issue. The second one is picking up again. This has been covered to an extent by colleagues, but is the digging deeper has not only sort of had the consequences that we've seen, but has also created a bigger sort of cliff edge between the two neighbouring. And no matter of how that's split between bank and retaining wall, it is now a bigger drop. But I am puzzled by a couple of things. One is that the soil on this site was found to be soft all the way down, and yet the geotechnical report suggests that on the neighbouring site it is stones that will stand vertically for an infinite period, or ground that will stand vertically for an infinite period. And I would also note in passing that the report itself says that...
Councillor Rake, excuse me, you're passing paper around?
Oh, sorry.
That shouldn't be done.
Not now.
No.
Share it with the class. The report in itself says that its recommendations may not necessarily be accepted by other authorities without question. And obviously it has been questioned. So yeah, I'm conflicted. I'm not sure where I am on this one, but I'm trying rapidly to make up my mind because I appreciate that you're keen to bring this to a vote, Chair.
Councillor Oram, then I've got to move on to the vote. All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Unfortunately, I'm going to be a thorn in your side and have a proposal of my own, if that's possible. Chairman, on this occasion, I'm proposing a deferral on today's proposal until further investigation has been done on the retaining walls and the suitability of the materials and angles of the banking, and that representation can be made from the engineer in question.
We've got a proposal on the table. I think that's what we've got to accept, to be honest, at this stage, and we've got to move forward. Sorry about that, but that's the way. You could have done this at the beginning, before the proposal was made.
Yeah. Chairman, I mean, it's obviously open to members to propose an amendment, but that's not an amendment, that's a completely new approach. So if you want to defer it, then you have to vote against the proposal that's on the table.
Well, in that case, Chairman, I'd like to ask members to not support the proposal on the table so that we can move to a deferral instead.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think it's time. We've had a good hearing on this, to be honest, and I think it's time now we can move on to the vote. We've got a proposer and a seconder for approval. All in favour? Thank you. Those against? So that application is...
abstentions.
Sorry, abstentions. Sorry, I didn't think you'd abstain. 2 abstentions.
2 abstentions. So that has been lost.
Still the same thing. So that...
You need another proposal. It's not refused. You need another proposal. I know what you're going to say.
Proposal for what?
You need another proposal. Now that vote's lost.
Yeah.
The vote's lost. Yeah.
Vote's lost.
Yeah, that vote's lost, so apparently I've got to have another proposer now. A proposal.
Thank you, Chairman. For the benefit of the tape, as it were, I'd like to propose a deferral on today's proposal until further investigation has been done on the retaining walls and the suitability of the materials and the angles of the banking, and representation can be made from the engineer in question.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that? Lee Bonham.
Before we go
Mr.
to
Wyman
it,
wants to
can I seek some clarification? Because obviously this is then going to come back to the officers to carry that through. So until further investigation be done, are you thinking that's from the current engineer or from an independent engineer? That's the first question. And for the engineer to then provide a further report, are you thinking actually in person in here at another meeting or a further report? I think it's fair for the applicant to seek clarity on what we're actually asking them to do.
Sure. In terms of the engineer, I think members would agree that we would want the engineer here so we could question the suitability of what we've discussed today on the retaining wall to make sure that we are happy as a committee that that is adequate for the development that we are seeing today. And as for further investigation, I'm really in the hands of the officers on whether that requires a third-party investigation or whether that just requires some additional reporting from parties that are already involved. But I think members would want to see and be reassured. Thank you, Councillor. I think committee members would like to be reassured that in this case, what is being proposed is adequate for the size of the development and the size of the actual the building in question, which we've already heard has gone up in quite a sizable increase. I think those clarifications would make the committee a lot more happier on approving this application at a later date.
With the greatest respect, Councillor, I don't think it is an officer decision whether we use an independent engineer or go back, because we've already had a report from engineer that officers were happy with and were satisfied that it could go forward. So I think if members are saying you want further investigation because you're not satisfied with that engineer's report, I think we need a steer as to whether you want us to go back to that engineer for more clarity, or you want us to engage an independent engineer to check, for want of a better phrase, or to go through that report to see whether they agree with it or not. So there's a second engineer, a third party, an independent person who's looked at it. I think that's got to come from the committee and which way you want us to go.
The other thing is that I think you need to be spelling out in a little more detail about what investigations you want to be undertaken. What are the areas of you're not satisfied with? Because otherwise you're just asking for a completely new investigation. So if you can be a little bit more specific about, because the applicant has got to do the work potentially. So what are you asking them to do?
I think from my peace of mind, I would like to know the stability of that soil in the bank. So possibly a geologist or something.
But haven't we already got a report that says it's stable?
We don't have an in-depth report to say that the soft soil that's above is stable and won't move.
No, but we do have a report to say that the retaining wall is on a firm footing and holds that soil back.
I think from what we've heard, we're not convinced that that wall will hold that back.
Yeah. Councillor Abbott.
Here, we're not believing a professional. You are choosing to doubt someone who is has professional qualification, will have underpinned that by whatever current means that he studied to that level, and will be working through a professional organisation. There are responsibilities associated with working within your limits, but also in the ability to make a statement about it. And to that basis, of course, because things go wrong sometimes, the engineer is obliged to hold professional indemnity insurance. But he or she, I don't know, has made their statement, and it is upon that that we should be responding. I think to ask another engineer, you could then doubt the second engineer. there is no end to this. If you're not going to take a professional's input, then the game is lost.
Councillor Rake.
Following Mr. Weimer's lead, I'm going to begin this with the greatest respect. I mean, the report is laced through, as all these reports always are, with caveats and disclaimers. And as I mentioned, it specifically says that that it is not necessarily to be accepted without question. So we're actually following the engineer's advice to that extent. So I think in this, I have seen in the report as written, which I have read carefully, I see nothing to explain how magically the soil that was reported to be soft on the development site becomes self-supporting, vertical, capable start hornblende schist that is capable of supporting itself vertically, but should nevertheless be batted back to an angle of 30 degrees. So that, I think, would be one of the or some of the information that the engineer could possibly address from information already at hand. And I think that would be a reasonable thing to ask for.
Councillor Rake, with all due respect, that's why the retaining wall's there. Because it wouldn't support itself.
With Chair, no, it's not. The engineer specifically says that the retaining wall effectively isn't needed because the ground to the outside of it is capable of supporting itself.
Weimer.
No,
Sorry.
no. Is this, could your concerns be dealt with by simply having the engineer in the room and answering your questions?
Yeah.
Because that's, and what I'm wondering is, does this actually need further investigation, or does it need the engineer in front of you asking your questions? And then if you're not satisfied with the answers that are given, it then leads to presumably a reason for refusal that you're not satisfied with the land stability. But the issues I'm hearing, I think potentially could be dealt with by the engineering being in the room. And it's a pity that something cropped up today that they meant that they couldn't be in the room. But rather than putting the applicant to potentially a lot of expense doing more reports, I just wonder whether the thing to do is defer it until the engineer can come and talk to you and answer your questions. And at that point, we may well be in a position where you're either satisfied or not. But I do think we're possibly going two steps, when I think that first step of just getting the engineer in the room may be the way forward. Chairman, as a suggestion. If I may, because I was the one that sort of the doubter here and raised the points, I would have been far more comfortable if the engineer had been here, who could have talked through some of the points and potentially allayed some of the fears or reinforced them. As I said, having read the report and seen it, it was a good report and a report from qualified people, but I had doubts on it and doubts on the things. I would have much preferred. I'm not criticising Mr. Myers' presentation, but I would have preferred the engineer to have been here to have technically gone through some of the points that are of concern to me and addressed some of the points that I have concern over. I mean, clearly, Mr. Myers has been here all morning and has listened to the concerns you've got. So I'm sure there would be a conversation with the engineer around the soft soil and how is it now being held back at a batter and the various concerns you've got. But my feeling is, my advice would be, defer it, yes, but defer it until a meeting when the engineer can come and talk to you.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chairman, perhaps I should apologise for the committee for the verbosity of my statement. Yes, I think I would be more than happy to concede to that amendment and for it to be just for the engineer to be here to answer our questions on those particular points. Thank you.
So it looks as if we're all in favour of deferral, yes?
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure?
I need a proposer and a seconder for that, don't I?
I've got proposed and seconded already.
Oh, yeah? So what are we going to do?
It does need to go to the vote, though, Chair.
Yeah, we're going to go to the vote now then. All in favour of deferral? Those against? Abstains? Well, that that application, after a morning's hard work, is deferred. I think we need a few minutes break now, don't we, Councillor Panel? We got another application this morning, so
Welcome back, members. We'll now move on to agenda item 6B, which is 389524 HHO, 34 Mewstone Avenue. And the case officer is Jason Skelton. Mr. Skelton, if you can give your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. This is so 34 Mewstone, as said. So the application site is located in the centre of the sort of suburban development within Wembury. Surrounded by other sort of two-storey and sort of a mixture of two-storey and bungalow dwellings within the general area. So the apologies, the sort of the pin here is actually with the house next door, because when it was over the house, it just obscured it too much. But the actual location is number 34 that's highlighted on there. So here's the existing photos of the front of the house viewed from the street. As you can see, it's a two-storey detached dwelling, number 34 with the one in the middle, and with a garage to the right-hand side, pitched roof. We've got a two-storey dwelling to the left-hand side, number 32, and a single-storey bungalow dwelling to the right-hand side, number 36. Then some existing photos to the rear. So we have a rear conservatory, which is proposed to be demolished as part of the plans. And then the photo on the bottom right-hand side just picks up the relationship with the sort of preceding bungalow to the northern side. So the proposals are for a two-storey side extension over the existing garage with the forward plane of that elevation protruding further forwards towards the highway by 1 metre, but still sits recessive to the overall building line of the main dwelling. 2 stories with a pitched roof that is lower than the existing pitched roof. The 2-storey element then continues to the rear and wraps around slightly to the rear of the property there, as shown on the drawings. Again, with a pitched roof that is again sort of lower than the existing roof, and then the proposed ridge line that sits in relation to the highway, and then to the preceding rear elevation. Then there is a single-storey replacement, sort of lean-to style extension in place of the existing conservatory. And then just to add as well that the proposed materials are changing, so we're moving towards timber cladding to the front of the property, and then to the rear, and as outlined on the northeast elevation as well, a section of metal vertical cladding as well. So just pick up the proposed plans. So the proposed extension looks to replace the existing garage and existing rear conservatory with a store, utility kitchen, and sort of open plan dining room lounge kitchen arrangement at ground floor, and then at first floor we're providing an additional bedroom with ensuite and sort of changing room, walk-in wardrobe style area. And also just pick up on the roof lights as well within the proposed single-storey extension element. So the proposed 2-storey extension, as shown on the drawings, sort of sits over the existing garage. It protrudes further forwards. The agent has provided a sort of an additional sort of plan here to outline how sort of the impacts on the adjacent property are mitigated against guidance contained within the JLP SPD. So as you can see there, the 45-degree rule that sort of sits within that guidance is adhered to against primary and secondary windows to the adjoining property. And then just to pick up on sort of the change in the material. So the drawing to the left, top left, is the house next door, outlined as number 32, which says recent planning approval in 2024 for similar type of cladding to the front of the property, which is yet to be implemented. And then the other properties, the other images then just show other general sort of changes and sort of vary in different cladding types that are either sort of more original from when the estate was developed originally, or sort of changes moving forwards that have recently been approved. So the one on the right-hand side at the top covers number 39 and 37, where there is a mixture of sort of render, sort of more kind of terracotta-y style cladding detail arrangements, and then just about pick out on the bottom of it, there's a bit of stone cladding on the white render dwelling as well, which is number 37. Then the bottom left-hand corner is a sort of picture with some scaffolding on with, for number 21 Mewstone, with some horizontal greyish cedral cladding being installed. And the one on the right-hand side is then number 19 and number 17 Mewstone Avenue, where we have some of the sort of more original differing arrangement of cladding materials and finishes on the front elevations to the properties. And then the list at the bottom just highlights some of the recent approvals. It's generally either in the street or in the sort of general neighbourhood of the village of Wembury, with sort of a variety of different cladding types that have been approved. So the key issues to debate today are: does the proposal maintain the character and qualities of the area? Are the materials, scale and the detail appropriate? And is the relationship proposed with the neighbouring properties acceptable? This application comes with an officer recommendation of conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Skelton, members, any questions? Councillor Rake.
Just one, if I may, Chair. Could we go back to the early photographs? Earliest, maybe a little bit later than that one then. I'm looking for the one which shows. I'm just interested in. They showed the adjoining property being shaded by the applicant property. That one, for instance. Okay, do you know what time that was taken? Roughly?
So this is the site visit. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. It would have been sort of possibly midday-ish. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Nix.
Obviously, because I know Wembury quite well, that's probably about lunchtime, around that time. Just because of where it sits.
Yeah.
But also that you've said about the not sort of being on the 45-degree rule and not impacting the neighbour. But I mean, you can see the shadow that's already there from that side garage. So if you go up 2, can you imagine the shadow that would cause on that property?
Councillor Nix.
Just apologies for you, just because I was on the site visit as well. Just the point that Jason made is the proposal is set back from the front building line by at least 1 metre and is lower in ridge height. So that shadow showed that you see there is thrown by the existing building. The proposal would be lower and set back from that. So it wouldn't increase the shadow at this time of day when this photo is taken.
Thank you, Mr. Newman, for that clarification. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the materials used in the back garden? I know that they won't have an impact on the street scene, so there's something that we would have less say over. But is there any wiggle room for changing materials? Because having been in the back garden of the neighbours, I can understand how it would appear imposing in the neighbouring garden, the zinc cladding. So I was just wondering if there was any conversation to be had about that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I have contacted the agent to ask sort of the materials. I think the principle of the vertical metal cladding to the rear of the property is something that they wish to install as part of the proposal. However, given if we just talk about the northeast elevation in particular, they were happy to amend that elevation to another material, potentially render. However, they would need to have, in sort of similar fashion to what's shown on the sort of the front section of that northeast elevation, sorry, the way where the timber just wraps around, there would need to be a section of wrapping around to kind of just sort of finish the detail effectively. So we could probably in line with the drain pipe as a sort of rough approximation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillors, any other questions, Mrs. Skelton? Councillor Carson.
Is there any way you could draw for us the rear view and how tall that would be to the neighbouring bungalow? So we could see how far back that comes and how it overlooks the neighbouring bungalow.
45 degree. Yeah, I think possibly the site plan might just show you. So that, so if you could pick up sort of on the top where the bedroom, the rear bedroom is, and then the sort of the house to the right hand side there. So the property extends out 2.2 meters further to the rear, where that sort of two-story extension is, further than what the bungalow does to that rear elevation.
Thank you, Mrs. Skelton.
And sorry, how many meters apart are they?
2.5, 2.5.
Thank you. Any other questions of Mrs. Skelton? No? Right. Thank you. And that concludes your report. We move on to Jane Cole, objector. You have 3 minutes from when you sit down. And if you can use your microphone, thank you. If you'd like to pull it towards you so that we can hear. Thank you.
26 years ago, we bought our bungalow at 36 Mewstone Avenue and made it our home, becoming part of the community. Bringing up our children who attended the primary school, working for the preschool, and supporting our surrounding neighbours by looking after their homes and gardens when they're not there. Although our bungalow wasn't designed for a family, we made the space it offered work. We have a small front room, which is the only room in our property where we can socialise as a family. Despite 2 windows, it's the side window which provides the majority of sunlight to the room, making it bright and feel larger than its proportions. The proposed extension is coming forward of the garage. As you can see, the shadow already there is going to be larger than it currently is. Our rear garden was one of the main reasons we purchased our home, as it's a sunny and open space, which we enjoy as a family. If the planning is granted, we feel we'll lose the main reasons for us choosing the property we did, and as we will no longer be able to enjoy the sunny aspect of our front room and garden give us, with a shadow being cast across a large area of the garden as well. In addition, our outlook of open space will be compromised, as the blank wall of the 2-story extension with metal cladding will be extremely visible from all areas of the garden, changing the whole character of the space we enjoy, creating a physical barrier alongside an industrial feel and sense of overbearing. Juliet balcony will also reduce our privacy and impact the privacy of the other neighbouring gardens. Is it right to take away these things that we love about our home? We will have no choice but to live with the changes put upon us. We feel these plans are not just about the impact on us, but when looking at the wider picture, how will it affect the street and the community? Allowing houses to be extended beyond 50% of its original footprint encroaches on the lives of neighbouring properties and communities and seriously tests the affordability and choice of property in the area, restricting the possibility of new generation who would like to remain within the community they have grown up in. In addition to number 34, there are 2 other houses in a row of 5 who are seeking or being granted permission to extend. And if the balance of housing is disrupted, the community stands to become fragmented and destroyed like the many coastal villages are already experiencing. As a society, we need a community. At the preschool that I work at, it's lovely to see the children who attend returning with their own children, being able to experience a childhood like their own. I lost my mum 2 days before Christmas, and it's shown us just how wonderful and valuable it is to have the support of the people around us. How sad it would be to risk losing all of this. Should the planning be granted, it would be hard to live with a diminished quality of life and no choice. We didn't buy the proposed outlook, a shaded garden and reduced sunlight to our living space. We bought light, space and community, and don't want to be cheated of the qualities we enjoy now.
Thank you, Mrs. Cole. I recognise that was difficult for you, but appreciate the presentation. Members, do you have any questions of Mrs. Cole? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mrs. Cole. Thank you for that. I understand your concerns about the physical aspects of this application. I less understand what you were saying about its impact on community. So where do you see that coming from?
The house is already a 3-bedroom house to be extended to 4, with the possibility of the snug on the ground floor becoming a 5th bedroom. 3 bathrooms, 5th bedroom, a laundry room. It's excessive to what's actually required within the area. There are already, as I said, many houses being extended, increased in size, but there are no small houses. And at your previous meeting about the house at Hope Cove, 2-bedroom houses, where are they? Where are the starter homes for those that live in the area and want to remain in the area? And it's just pricing the local community out.
Thank you, Mrs. Cole. Any other questions? If not, thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the supporter, and we have a statement to be read out by the clerk.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a statement from the agent. This statement is submitted in support of resubmission of planning application 3196/24/HHO, originally received by South Hams on the 7th of October 2024 and refused on the 2nd of December 2024. The only reason for refusal was the proposed corner window to the southwest northwest elevation results in a significant and unacceptable loss of privacy to the adjacent dwelling, 32 Mewstone Avenue, by virtue of increased overlooking from the proposed window in contradiction to the provisions of policy Dev 1 in brackets 1.1 of the Plymouth and South West Devon Joint Local Plan 2014. This has now been addressed on this application by the removal of the corner window. All previous concerns raised by the neighbours were addressed and satisfied the relevant planning policies adopted by South Hams. Please note the same concerns apart from the corner window have been raised by the neighbours for this application, which actually do comply with planning policies. The design, scale and massing of the proposed alterations are in line with other properties in Mewstone Avenue which have been approved in accordance with the latest planning policies and guidelines. I note the planning officer, who is recommending conditional approval, comprehensive and detailed report prepared for the committee clearly stating that all of the concerns raised have been addressed and comply with the relevant planning policies. This should be taken into account for the committee's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously no ability to ask questions, so we'll now move on to the ward members, Councillor Carson and Councillor Nix. Who wishes to go first? Councillor Carson.
Good afternoon now. I would ask you to consider the materials and details and features of this particular application. Policy Dev 1 is a policy to ensure that development helps to deliver healthy communities. Paragraph 13.17 of the JLP outlines that the LPA's responsibility is to protect the existing amenity to all residents. Any alteration or extension should not have an unacceptable effect on the standard of living afforded to the neighbouring property. I would ask the committee to consider JLP Dev 13.27, which states an extension should not be constructed in close proximity to a habitable room window of a neighbouring property or its private garden, where it would have an unacceptable overbearing effect on a household's outlook. Could members also consider TTV 29 of the JLP, which states that proposals should be subservient to the main building and not scale 64% larger than its original footprint? When we were on site...
Councillor Carson, I've been prompted to ask as to whether this is representing you know where this is coming from, your own views or those of the neighbours or the wider community.
Well, I'm just moving on to that now, Chair.
Thank you.
When we were on site visit, the committee looked at the similar property which was shown in the pictures on Mewstone Avenue, which had a similar extension to the side proposed. And this property had materials in keeping with the original style of the house. And the terracing effect of that property does comply and references properties of similar height. So I asked the committee to consider that we have a single-storey bungalow with a two-storey house extension being proposed. And in principle, I'm not against the owners creating more space in their own home, but I would ask the committee to consider that the materials being used should be in keeping with the original street scene, with the neighbouring property being a bungalow.
Thank you, Councillor Carson. Any questions of Councillor Carson? Councillor Allen.
Maybe this isn't quite the appropriate question. In your view, would there be a difference in the understanding of the neighbours if the material of the back extension was changed? Would that make a material difference, do you think?
I think
maybe
Councillor
that's
Allen,
a
that's
question
not
to
really
the
a question
of the neighbours.
Council, that would be a question would have been a question to the neighbour. I think it's unfair for Councillor Carson to respond to that. Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor, in your experience, Wembury is a very special place, and it's a lovely place to visit, and you know it better than most. Is the proposed fascias, or how they are going to present that property, is very different to what is in the surrounding area? Is it going to stick out in comparison to what the other houses in the immediate area look like? Will it be imposing, in your view?
Are you asking from the front or the rear?
Well, a pancake's not done unless it's flipped, so let's have both.
When I joined this committee, I was taught to not take on board what previous applications look like and to look at every single one on its own merit. So therefore, I will discount that particular part of the question. What I'm asking you to just consider is the fact that the neighbour is a bungalow.
Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was raised because I thought we were on the verge of moving into debate. So,
Any other questions of Councillor Carson? If not, Councillor Nix, you didn't wish to be part of the debate, as a ward member?
No, not as well. Take
Okay.
part in the debate, thank you.
Thank you. If we have no other questions, we will move into the debate. And I see Councillor Rake has his hand up, and I'll take Councillor Rake first.
well, I think that there's a sort of pressing issue here, which is to frame the debate. Are we in another dog that didn't bark situation? Did the fact that this was refused solely on the basis of the overlooking window mean that we can't now refuse it for anything else, given the guidance in the previous case?
Mr. Weiler?
I think it's slightly different in that we also haven't got an appeal decision in the middle, and there has been a change from the previous scheme to now. You're right, there is a slight difficulty, but I think given that there isn't an appeal, and given that members are looking at the other difference is the previous application, it was a member decision as well, so it had been through the committee. So there was more of there are more differences between that one and this one.
Sorry, could I just come back just for clarification? Because in the earlier discussion, we were advised that it's the authority that should act with consistency. So the fact that there hasn't been an appeal on this one seems to, I mean, if we want, I'm just trying to get, because if it seems, I don't understand the difference in the advice on that basis.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Chairman, I think the only distinction is that obviously the previous decision was a delegated decision. This is the committee, but there should be an element of consistency in decision making. And as you say, it is the authority that's making the decision. So, I mean, you as members are entitled to come to a slightly different planning judgment, and that's about as far as I'd go. I think but you need to bear in mind the need to be consistent.
Members, any other? Councillor Nix.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few comments to make. Wembury is a special place. Thank you very much, Councillor Oram, for that. It has a wide range of designs, but obviously we are talking about this one in particular. It does seem to be overmassing, in my opinion, putting that huge extension on the side. And looking at the Wembury Housing Needs Survey, we were looking for 2 and 3 bedroom houses. We weren't looking for 4 and 5 bedroom houses. Those who went on a site visit on Monday can obviously see the topography of the whole street. It goes downhill and to the side. So obviously that in itself creates issues with the property next door being a bungalow, because this one's already going to be higher because of the street scene the way it is. And my other comment was, why go for wood? And this is just aesthetics. Why go for wood on the front and then metal on the back? Why can't you put the same all the way around to be consistent on the whole property to keep it together? There aren't very many down that road that have got wooden on there, like planning officer pointed out. There's sorts of tiles, render. Yeah, thank you for that, bringing that up. There's all sorts of different ones, but not really very much cladding in that particular area of Wembury. In other areas there is. But no, that's just my initial thoughts. Thank you very much.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. I think a couple of points have already been raised by Councillor Nix, but they're worth highlighting. The cladding on the front is not in keeping with the immediate community, and seems to be an overdevelopment in my view. And I understand that the extension on the side meets certain recommendations, and then do talk about the angles and keeping within that. But that's not the lived experience of the neighbour next door. When you're looking at a house next to a bungalow, that needs to be considered as well, because that really does change that lived experience for the neighbour. And I know this is perhaps noting for debate, but it is worth noting in general that Wembury is a community which is experiencing a huge increase of 4 or 5 bedroom houses. And only a quick look at the 2021 census would show you that 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom and even 3 bedroom houses are really on the decline in comparison to the English national average. So I think it's worth noting that. And this development just doesn't seem to be, as I say, in keeping with the community. And I must say that on reflection, I would be minded to propose rejection of this, perhaps at a later moment, Chairman.
Are you proposing that?
Not at this moment, but as I'm feeling at the moment, and what I've seen so far, I'm not content with how the development is presented. But I would like to see a bit more debate.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. So a couple of us went to look inside the house and to look at the garden and to imagine what it would look like if this building was to be built. I think the biggest impact for me was in the garden, just to report back to everybody who wasn't there. The low fences, it's a very open garden, there aren't a lot of trees on the neighbours, and I can imagine there would be a very large impact. It's a very good point, it's already a bungalow next door to a house. I think to add to the bulk of the house is problematic. The thing for me that really came out, and I think which the owner of the house also mentioned, was the industrial look of zinc cladding. I think that's the thing that stood out for me most. It's totally not in keeping. It doesn't make any sense in terms of building I can see. I'm very glad to hear that there might be some movement on that. That's great, because it would be jarring, to say the least, in that thing. And I can totally imagine the neighbours having to look out on what is essentially an industrial looking building would be unpleasant for them. So that's the thing that stood out the most from the visit that we made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Bonham.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add really to that. I mean, I wasn't able to go to the visit, but I do take on board the concerns of the neighbour, and I think we do need to bear that in mind in thinking about how we handle this and try to do our best, as we've done in other meetings, to mitigate the impact on those living nearby. So I wonder whether, maybe it's part of what's been discussed by us already, we can make a condition that the cladding, or there's no zinc cladding on the side of the property, and that it is rendered, that bottom right hand picture where there's zinc cladding on the facing wall that's I think facing the neighbour's garden, and that it's white rendered, and also, depending on what other people think, also possibly remove it on the back, which is I think the bottom left image on the left hand side. But I'm slightly less concerned about the back. I'm very concerned about the side, and wonder if we could possibly make a condition or seek agreement on that with the applicant.
I'll let Mr. Wymer come in on that.
I don't believe it could be a condition, because you effectively have an approved plan that showed the cladding, and a condition saying you can't have cladding. So the way to deal with that, if the committee felt that was appropriate, would be approval or delegated approval subject to the receipt of revised plans that showed the cladding on the side wall replaced with render painted to match the existing property. You then have a set of approved plans that showed the render, and that'd be the cleanest way to deal with it if that was the issue. However, if the application is refused for other reasons other than the cladding, then I don't see there's any merit in getting revised plans to deal with that point. You would, because it would then be putting the applicants to unnecessary expense for something that's refused for a different reason.
Okay, if I may, Chair, then perhaps I can propose acceptance, conditional approval on the basis of what Mr. Wymer has just outlined, that there's revised plans for the side cladding to be removed. So I'm proposing acceptance.
Thank you, Councillor Bonham. Do I have a seconder for that proposal of acceptance to the officer recommendation? Councillor Abbott.
Sorry, but are those the words that you said? Wasn't it? Acceptance subject to. Wasn't it slightly more clear?
What I've suggested from Councillor Bonham would be a delegated approval, so it didn't have to come back to committee, subject to the receipt of revised plans that deleted the cladding on the northeast elevation, substituted by a render painted in a colour to match the existing property. Because I think that's what was said.
The rest of the property.
Yes.
Meant to match the rest of the proposal.
I think you're talking just about the northeast elevation and not the other side or the back.
Councillor Abbott. You're seconding, right? We have a seconder. Any other comments from members in the debate on this application? Councillor Carson.
I think I'd just like to pick up on Mrs. Cole's point that the implications of replacing a smaller dwelling with a significantly larger property will be the gradual disconnect between housing stock and household sizes. If a proposal seeks to replace a smaller home with a larger home in a parish that already has over-provision of large detached dwellings, then the specific provisions of Dev 8.1 will be applied, and the net loss of a smaller dwelling will weigh against the proposal.
Thank
And
you, Councillor
we definitely
Carson.
have an over preparing of big houses.
Can I bring in Mr Weimer on that?
Yeah, I absolutely understand the point being made, and perhaps it's something to consider in the next iteration of a local plan, joint local plan, however that comes forward. Because at the moment, we don't have a policy that says you can't extend a property if you've got a small property. We've got policies around sort of Dev 8 and local plan policies around new properties, and new properties should take into account the existing housing stock and whether there's an over provision of certain sizes, normally larger ones, obviously. But in the local plan, there simply isn't a policy that we could hang that argument on around you shouldn't extend because it takes a 2-bedroom property to a 3-bedroom property. And I think in the absence of that policy, that policy hook, I think it'd be very difficult to take that forward, although I absolutely agree with you that in certain areas it is a real problem.
Thank you, Mr Weimer. And I think we would all agree, because I think we've all seen issues and situations where a policy like that. So I think put your caps on when the next iteration comes along. Councillor Pannell.
I was just going to say that policy would have to be very carefully drafted, because I've seen it extolled that we should be building 2-bedroom houses that can be expanded so that a young couple can buy a smaller house, and as they earn more money and as they increase their family, then it can be extended, and that's a very good way of supporting people getting into the housing market. So I think I just want to point out that extending a house is not necessarily a bad thing, but I do understand the concern about very large houses, but such a policy needs to take that into consideration.
And you're right, and the whole provision around the whole thoughts and provision around lifetime homes, you're absolutely right. So homes that can be adapted and so you don't have to move out. And the other issue, of course, is for the vast majority of the area, permitted development rights. You can put a significant extension on your house without requiring consent, and I suspect the vast majority of 2-bedroom properties that have gone through extensions to 3-bedroom properties are likely to have been through PD rather than extension. So it is a minefield. I don't doubt that.
Councillor Allen.
Isn't there a difference though because it's within the national landscape? Doesn't that make a difference to this?
Not in terms of policy. We don't have a policy full stop, whether it's national landscape or not, in terms of protection of non-extensions, where there is a difference in terms of the amount of extensions you can do in a national landscape is less than you could do outside, but it isn't nil. You still can do extensions, but the main criteria around national landscape is the determination of dealing with applications, and the bar is a lot higher in terms of design and impact on national landscapes than outside of national landscapes.
Thank you, Mr Weimer. We've had a proposer and seconder to accept the officer's recommendation of conditional approval subject to the wording that Mr Weimer has put forward. I would like to take it to the vote, so can I have a show of hands, please, for those supporting conditional approval as worded by Mr Weimer? I have a show of hands, please. Those against? That was 6 for, 4 against. That is conditionally approved, the application. Thank you. At this point, we will take a break for lunch.
Yeah, 2:20.
2:15, yeah.
Yeah, we will come back here at 2:20 because we're approaching 10 to 1 at 2:20 and start the second part of the meeting then. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon, councillors and those joining us online. I can hear some feedback somewhere. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the Development Management Committee, the 20th of February. Just some housekeeping before we start. We have some new members of the public in with us. In case of a fire alarm, exit the doors and the building and make your way to the far end of the car park. Toilets are out the door on the left, water is available on the right. This is a public meeting. Members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered speaker are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting today, so can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking. Also, can we all make sure that all mobile phones are either switched off or muted so we don't have them going off during the meeting. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The planning case officer will present their report. Any objector will speak, then any supporter will speak, then any parish council representative will speak, then any ward member or members will speak. Councillors on the committee will be able to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity. At the conclusion of the debate on each application, members will vote and come to a decision. Can I ask the officers at the top table to introduce themselves, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Amelia Bolter, Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Bernard Taylor. I'm Vice Chairman of this committee.
Good afternoon, I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer.
Good afternoon, Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management.
Good afternoon, Jason Skelton, Planning Officer.
Adrian Noon, Principal Planning Officer, here to support Mr Skelton, and I also attended the site visit.
Thank you, and just for confirmation, I'm Councillor Mark Long, Chairman of the committee. We will now move on to agenda item 6C, which is application number 375324 HHO 10 Town Park. The planning officer is Mr Skelton. Could we please have your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is for a sort of front extension and sort of rear dormer extension and raising of the roof at number 10 Town Park, which is highlighted as Witchbury on the plan here. As you can see, the property sits between the road of Town Park and is to the just offset from the main road running through West Alvington, the A381. So here's a satellite image of that, and contrary to this morning's pin, that's actually in the right place this time. So yeah, it highlights the property. It shows you sort of in terms of its sort of rough location in terms of on the outskirts of the village. Here's a picture of the front of the property, looking from Town Park, looking directly at the property. As you can see, it's a sort of single-storey bungalow. There's currently rooms within the roof. There is a sort of a garage outbuilding style structure to the front, just behind the gates there, and the main entrance is sort of hidden behind the hedgerow. This just picks up a sort of wider context as a sort of street view image from Google Maps. Just picks up a little bit more about the sort of immediate context. Where you can see there's a number of bungalows. There's sort of similar garage-esque style outbuildings running along. The property itself is sort of, you can just sort of see past the grey, the garage with the grey front. It's the one next to it, so it's sort of hidden behind that garage effectively, and then there's sort of the front garden behind the green section, and then it culminates with the gate that we've seen in the previous photo. This photo shows from the other side of the main road, so sort of on the entrance into Home Park, and then just sort of picks up on the sort of the general sort of development style along that sort of in terms of how it's viewed from the main road and from the main public spaces. As you can see, so the property is the one that sort of sits just sort of behind the lamppost. Yeah, and as you can see, the other sort of properties around have had roof raises, right, and sort of various extensions and dormers added to the rear. So the proposals are outlined on the two drawings below. So the left-hand side, the ground floor, and the right-hand side, the proposed loft plan. As you can see, the sort of the lighter blue turquoise colour picks out the new development. So to the front of the property, on the town park side, there is a sort of front extension that extends out by 5 metres and is 4.7 metres wide, with a smaller sort of porch extension there as well. And then at first floor, the sort of current 2 bedrooms are extended out underneath the dormer to the rear, and there's a dormer to the front as well. And that was my phone. Okay, so here we have the sort of existing and proposed drawings. So over the next couple of pages, the existing is always on the left-hand side and the proposed is on the right-hand side. So taking the top drawings to begin with, that's the existing and proposed north elevations that show sort of the roof raise by approximately 0.5 metres. The introduction of roof lights and a dormer to the front of the elevation, and then on the right-hand side, the introduction of the forward-facing front extension. As you can see, the existing side extension is retained. To the rear of the property then, here's sort of existing roof lights. So again, sort of roof raise by 0.5 metres and the introduction of a 10 metre wide dormer that runs across the vast majority of the rear of the roof elevation, the extended roof elevation, which is 10 metres by 2.3 metres in height. And the introduction of 2 Juliet balconies with side lights and additional window in between, and also a sort of like a composite cladding material finish. So then just to pick up how that looks on the sort of side elevations, we've put the east elevation in that instance because it also shows the front extension and the 2 dormers quite clearly, and then the roof plan just shows the changes to the roof there and the introduction of sort of the flat roof elements to the existing property. So the key issues for debate are split into 2 sections effectively. So if we take visual impact first, so it's the substantial flat roof front extension and dormer on the north elevation are considered incongruous, and then the full width bulky rear dormer is considered incongruous, and then also in addition the impact on the natural landscape. So picking up a bit of detail, the extent of glazing to the rear dormer is considered to have a harmful impact on the dark skies of the national landscape, and the application comes with an officer recommendation of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skelton. Members, any questions of the officer? Councillor Bonham.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I start. 2 questions really. One is to do with the refusal because it's incongruous. So could you elaborate a bit? I mean, what's incongruous with what? I think is basically what I'm trying to get at. I mean, is it the shape? Is it the materials? Is it the fact that it's there at all? I mean, what's it clashing with? I don't really see that from plan, and I do have a second question, if I may, Chair.
Thank you. So if we just take the probably different elements of it really effectively. So I think there's a sort of a front extension, a front dormer, and then the extent of the rear dormer. So if I sort of address each one sort of slightly individually really as part of that process. So generally speaking, front extensions under sort of policy and policy guidance within the SPD are sort of generally resisted and against sort of considered against the sort of the norm of the process. I think in this instance, the introduction of a front extension with a flat roof is probably the overriding factor, and also the sort of extent that it protrudes forwards as well. Similar sort of issues in terms of the front dormer as well. So the front dormer generally tends to be a sort of a resistant issue and is not an overriding feature of the locality. And then the rear dormer, again, it's sort of the extent of the full width dormer, the introduction of sort of excessive amount of glazing in that rear dormer to sort of detriment to the dark skies of the national landscape. And I think it probably is just sort of slightly worth pointing out let's go back to the picture. So this one here, if we look at the extent of, obviously there have been various roof raises, introductions of rooms into the roof, introductions of dormers of different varying styles there, but I think actually what shows, particularly to ones to the right hand side, is actually where we have sort of gable end dormers. They also just sit a little bit more sort of in keeping with what was originally there and sort of pulling forward the initial the initial sort of design response that exists within the street scene. And then generally sort of no dormers. So I think this picture picks it up there. There are no dormers generally on the front of the streetscape of Town Park.
Your second question, Councillor Vaughan?
Yeah, my second question relates to the other picture from the other side. Yeah, from there. It relates to light spill. So that is the main West Alvington Road, I think, the main road going left to right across there, which I believe, and I think I can see one, has lights, lampposts along parts of its length. I think in that part, I believe there's a footpath on the other side of that hedge. Just want to check with regard to the dark skies policy, why that's relevant when there's a load of streetlights there. I'm sort of struggling to see, because your point about the dark skies is facing in this direction, which is the southerly direction, I think. But it already has a lot of lights there, which come on at night. I mean, how can we object to more windows when there's streetlights?
Yeah, sure. So I think as well, as you say, the streetlights are there. I think in this particular instance, we're on the crest of a hill. This sort of area is quite predominantly visually, you can see it from quite far at the estuary views. That kind of it kind of does have some impact in terms of its location. And then sort of from an officer's side, a kind of point of view in terms of interpretation of policy on dark skies, we are always particularly concerned with additional excessive glazing at first floor, because that has the most impact, particularly if it doesn't have any mitigating factors around it, such as overhangs or solar shading or any other kind of mechanism to alleviate that concern over light spill. And
if I could just add in relation to the lights, these are, I looked at them on the day, they are the very much more modern LED lights on slightly lower poles than the old orange sodium lights. So there has been a gradual, I would suggest a gradual but significant improvement in street lighting and the amount of light spill you get from street lights. So I don't think it's as bad as it would have been 15, 20 years ago. I think this street lighting is a lot more discreet than what preceded it.
Thank you. Any other questions of the officer? If not, thank you, and we'll move on. We do not have an objector presenting today. We do have supporter AD Board. If you'd like to come forward, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
So my name's Adrian Board, otherwise known as AD, and I'm just here to give a bit of a justification and reasoning behind the design for this loft conversion. Currently, the property, as you will see, has quite a shallow pitch roof compared with the remainder of the close, and as such, the loft conversion currently only has 1.8 metres of headroom in the central 1 metre of the ridgeline running through. I've got a young family living there who have asked for to make it into a nice 4-bedroom property with usable space, basically. So that's the sort of reasoning behind the loft conversion. We also then go on to the main sort of living family area for the kitchen. And my clients would like to push forward. The reasoning behind the design we're pushing forward, as you may have noticed on your site visit, is the land slopes down towards the front of the building. So rather than come out in a gabled dormer, we felt that it may be in better keeping to keep it low and out of sight, basically. So yeah, that's sort of a bit of the background into the reasoning for the design. Can we go on to the next slide? Looking at principal elevations and build lines, Town Park actually doesn't have that great and that uniformer straight principal elevation. but also which I've marked in blue, but also you'll notice marked in orange is actually the built line, the front that sit at the front of the properties with all the detached buildings for garages, previously approved double garages. You'll see on the left hand side at number 2, and also you'll note in red there's 6 out of the 8 properties on the southern side of Town Park that have actually extended forward of the principal elevation. Now, I appreciate these are probably in previous planning policy eras, and some I know haven't got planning permission, but I'd like to draw your attention to the one at the top of the picture, number 15 there. That's been built forward of the principal elevation. And my main area of concern or comment really is Fairway, number 16, where planning approval was given for a large front extension, but also a full length dormer on a principal elevation, as well as a rear dormer. So I'm not trying to justify the design, but looking at the street scene, I've looked at the street scene, I've gone along and I thought actually there's no clear definitive line that I'm going to be breaking, bringing the kitchen extension at the front. Obviously, lifting the roof was I had to achieve to try and get the roof pitches the same. You
Mr.
can
Ball,
see.
are you able to conclude your presentation?
Was it 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so to conclude, I don't feel that there is a dedicated street scene. There have been other developments. Number 16 has got more glass and was approved against the night skies. There's 23 square metres of glass on the back of that. We're 19.
Thank you, Mr. Ward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of Mr. Board? No. Councillor Abbott.
I was going to ask how you felt about the extra glass space you got at the back of your house, but you've just said there's more next door or a couple of doors up.
So the 2 rooms that we designed in the loft space, obviously you'll be aware there's lovely views looking out to the south. I looked at previous applications that have been approved, and number 16 has had a vast ground floor extension with massive bifold doors and a rear dormer, again with lots of glass. We're not as much glass as that, and that was approved. So I just want to understand the reasoning behind why 2 years ago that was approved, and now we're being challenged for the amount of glass and dark skies.
Can I just ask, is 16 of the same alignment as you? Does it look south?
Yes.
And the glass is looking south?
Yes.
Councillors, any other questions of Mr. Board? If not, thank you. We now move on. We don't have any representation from West Avington Parish Council, but we do have a statement from the other ward member, Councillor Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a statement from Councillor Sam Dennis. Apologies that I cannot be here today to give this report in person. First of all, I'd like to thank those members of the committee that did the site visit on Monday. As the officer has pointed out, there are numerous dwellings on this street that feature extensions and garages to the front of their properties. The officer has suggested that the proposed front extension will be an inappropriate scale, mass and design within the existing street scene. I felt it was important for members to undertake a site visit so they could decide whether they too feel it would be an incongruous addition. Having stood at the rear of the property, you may also question the impact any change to the rear of the property will have on the street scene, being positioned high above the road and out of sight from the footpath and the road. The officer also points out the proposed rear dormer will have a detrimental impact on the dark skies designation. Following the site visit, I hope you will consider this judgment alongside the knowledge that a lamp post is situated immediately to the rear of the property. I do not make a habit of bringing things to committee, but in this instance, there have been no objections and the parish council were in support of the application. Being asked to constantly revise designs or deciding instead to take decisions to appeal costs money and takes time. Yes, there are policies in place that need to be adhered to, but on the other hand, there are also hardworking families that want to stay in their communities within walking distance of the schools the children attend and make small alterations that mean their homes work for them. Thank you for your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, no opportunity to question that. Now we've concluded, we'll move into the debate. Any comments from members on this? Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Well, after a morning of dogs that didn't bark, I think we've got a dog that's sort of barking a bit too much here. I'm not convinced by either of, at the moment, by either of the reasons for refusal. I mean, looking at this picture here that we've got up on the screen, it's already a mishmash, and the fact that the rear dormer is incongruous, yes, it is, but I don't see much congruity that it could achieve to this elevation and to the front elevation. I think, again, I take Mr. Ward's point that it is behind the built line, it is largely hidden out of sight, and I find it, myself, I tend to come at these by looking at the plans first and the officer's report second, and I was surprised when I did it this way round, because I thought it was almost entirely unobjectionable. I don't like the dormer to the front, but that's maybe just me. As far as the lights bill is concerned, people have already talked about the street lights. There is the property at the end, number 16, I think we've agreed it is, Fairway. And there's also the large, it is an already built area. So I really don't get that the additionality is enough to warrant refusal. So I'm not. I mean, I am slow of understanding, but I'm not getting it at the moment. I think the only thing I would say is I think the side lights to the rear double doors are a bit de trop, but again, like the front dormer, I don't think that in and of themselves. I mean, if these are bedrooms, it's not like the lights are. Well, I don't know. The street lights are. I mean, people live their lives as they want to live their lives, but the street lights are on all night. I presume these they go off at midnight. Do they? Oh, that's wonderful.
21st century.
Okay. But bedroom lights in many houses, let us say, are on for shorter periods of time. So, yeah, I will listen to the debate, but at the moment I'm minded to bring a motion that that we approve this against officer recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Pannell.
Well, we've heard today about the need to be consistent, and this plan reminds me very much of one we had a couple of months ago on a site on a holiday camp for an extension, and we rejected that because we felt it was overbearing and would have an impact on the national landscape. And in that case, they were proposing to restrict lighting after dark, etc., to protect our dark skies. And I do think our dark skies are important. And I think it's a bit of a red herring to say there are street lights. As we've heard, modern street lights are designed to cast their light downwards and not spill sideways or upwards. And I think this would have a significant light spill across the landscape to the south. I think if we're going to be consistent, I quite understand how we could reject the one that was being proposed a couple of months ago because of the impact it would have, and yet accept this one because I think this one is actually worse. I'm prepared to propose refusal in line with the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. We have a proposal for refusal. I have some other councillors wishing to speak, and I'll take those unless somebody wishes to second at this point the refusal. If not, I'll move on to Councillor Bonham. Oh, so thank you. Councillor Allen seconded it. Can I now move on to Councillor Bonham?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm quite on the fence on this. I'll be honest to say. I don't really see a lot of, as has been mentioned, a lot of congruity in that particular street or in that particular village. Looking at the front of the proposed house, I mean, the work there looks pretty minimal to me, quite frankly. You know, that dormer is quite small. I think the roof raising is pretty limited. I think 0.5 metre, if I'm correct, maybe even less. And you know, we've got two little Velux style windows. We're coming out at the front. It doesn't seem to have an impact because we already have a garage and other houses with front extensions. So at the front of the property, I really don't see any issues. When we come to the back of the property, I mean, I sort of think that, again, it's been designed in quite a minimalist way. It doesn't seem to be overbearing. It could be much bigger, the design. It could be much more incongruous, if I can put it that way. I do worry a little bit about the size of the windows, the bedroom windows. I think they could have been much smaller without the side panels. That might have helped.
The Juliet dorm.
Yeah, the Juliet windows. I would have liked to have seen more evidence that the dark sky is going to be impacted. We don't have any photos from distance. We can't tell if this is visible from the estuary or from Salcombe, as far as I know. It is on a very high piece of ground. It is right adjacent to the water supply, which is at the highest point of the whole area. So it is on high ground, but it is also quite sheltered from the south viewpoint. So I'm really not convinced that there's a dark skies issue from the evidence that's been put in front of me. I'm very much on the fence, I have to say, and I welcome any other comments and be prepared to be persuaded.
Councillor Oram.
Thank you, Chairman. It seems to me on the back end of the property is only really going to be visible unless you're one stood in next to the lamppost in the picture or wandering the countryside by Woodhouse Farm. You can't see it if you're travelling on the West Albington Hill Road because you've got this build up along to the hedge on the side there, which you won't be able to see up into the back of the property there. And as for the front, we've seen pictures of, well, perfect example, but I know it's the back, but just giving you a flavour of the different properties in the area. They're so diverse already that this application is almost as if it's so overt, it's covert. So it's hard for me to say this doesn't fit into the scene when the scene is so diverse already. Yeah. So it's true that the front, not to my taste, but that's not what we're here for. If we were, it'd be a very different meeting. But I can't see how this is going to be a huge issue. And I'm also quite encouraged that at the moment there are no objectors, either from neighbours or from the parish council or, well, anyone in particular. It just seems as though this has either gone under the radar or everyone's perfectly fine with it. So from where I'm standing at the moment, I can't seem find myself to reject this application.
Councillor Oram. Councillor Pennell.
I wonder if I could ask, because we don't have the luxury of having the JLPs with us today. It's the officer's report says the proposal is contrary to policies of Dev 25 and Dev 2, and the JLP supplementary planning document of 2020, and the policies of the National Planning Policy Framework. There are quite a few policies there that we seem to be wanting to ignore or breach. I just wonder if an officer could explain the significance of those policies, please.
Yeah, sure. So policy Dev 25 covers the national landscape. So that's kind of like proposals within the national landscape. Under sort of recent changes and updates to MPPF and the LURA as well, the council has a duty to ensure that we are sufficiently protecting the impact, the special characteristics of the national landscape against development and other impacts. So that's kind of where the sort of the refusal reason around its effect on the national landscape comes from. Dev 2 is sort of where it kind of covers dark skies as well. So dark skies are covered within in terms of light pollution.
Can I ask a supplementary on that? Dark skies, it's not a question of whether you can see the building from any particular point or you can't. It's also the amount of light that it emits into the atmosphere in a landscape, and that can be harmful for a number of reasons, both to wildlife and to and eliminating our views of the stars. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Okay.
Members, any other comments? Councillor Bonham.
Well, again, sorry about this, but I wonder if I personally have concluded that I'm not against the supposed incongruity of this design. I'm concerned about the dark skies, and I do think there's too many windows in the rear elevation, the south-facing elevation. So I'm wondering whether other members would support the idea that we ask for amended plans with reduced fenestration, and if so, whether we adjourn or whether we refuse this on the basis, or whether there's a way around it. Because I think that's the only aspect that I am, or the primary aspect that I'm concerned about. I think if we had window-sized windows rather than full height doors, glazed doors with side panels, I'd feel somewhat more comfortable.
Thank you. Any response from planning officers on that?
I think it could be done, but it would have to come back. It couldn't be a delegated decision, because it would have to come back to here to make sure you're happy with the reduced scale of windows. In the first instance, depending on how the debate goes, I think one of us would like to have a conversation with the applicant, because if it's a case of no, they want this is the scheme they would like, determine it on the basis of that scheme, then deferring it to ask them whether they'll amend it is, I would suggest, is potentially a waste of time if the answer is immediately no. But I think let's see how that progresses, and if Councillor Bonham has got support for that, then perhaps a short adjournment to allow one of us to have a quick conversation with the applicant to see whether that would be achievable. We could do that.
Members, are you minded to allow a 5-minute adjournment for this? Can I see a show of hands, please, from members for that? That seems a majority, so we will.
Before you adjourn. Sorry, Chair. As you like us to have the conversation, have we got any? Is it simply changing the doors to windows? Is that? I think that's what you said, Councillor.
Well, I mean, I'm very happy to take other suggestions, but I think if the window, yes, in short, I think if the window was a much more moderate size, no bigger than the centre window in the dormer, if we had 3 of those, that might make it much more acceptable to me. That sort of size of a window rather than a Juliet balcony. Of that nature of size, yes.
Can I ask we have a proposer and a seconder for refusal. Can I ask for comments from councillors?
My feeling was not that I was opposing not purely on the question of the dark skies and the amount of light, but also on the design and the incongruity of the design as set out by the officer. So I would still go for a vote of refusal. If members are not minded to support that, I do feel, yes, that we could look at reducing the amount of fenestration to be a lot more acceptable to the dark skies policy. But I'd like to see it put to the vote first of all on whether we accept the plan as a whole.
Thank you, Councillor Panel. I will, as you proposed and it was second, I will take it to the vote and we'll see the consensus then. And depending on the vote,
Yes, sorry, Chair, just for my guidance, then if I want to defer, should I be voting no to the proposal to refuse?
that would be the appropriate response, yes. Yes. Councillors, so we have a proposal for acceptance of the officer's recommendation of refusal. Can I have a show of hands, please, for refusal? And can I have a show of objection to the refusal, please? That's a no vote. Thank you. So that vote is lost, and I think we move to your proposal for a.
Do you want to? You can adjourn it.
I think we are going to adjourn it so that we can have the conversation and then come back as to proposal. Councillor Rake.
Chair, Mr. Weimer asked for sort of other suggestions. I mean, I actually I don't want to muddy the waters, but my particular problem here would be with the central window rather than the two double doors, because aesthetically and in terms of use, it's above stairs, and I mean, without wishing to speculate on the occupants' situation relative to children, etc. I mean, stairway lights are often left on for longer periods. I mean, it's probably a case of having a discussion and finding out if the applicants would be willing to come back with revised drawings.
I think that's right. I think if we can adjourn now, we'll have a conversation around the applicants have heard what the discussion. It's a matter of are they prepared to come back with a revised elevation for members in the first instance, yes or no, and then you can make a judgment on that revised elevation when it comes in. But let's or do they want it determined as submitted? That's a conversation we need to have now.
Right, we will now adjourn for 5 minutes and we'll come back once that's been concluded. Thank you, members. Thank you, members. We are back. Can I ask Mr. Noon to come in and explain what has occurred? Thank you.
Yes, the applicant has confirmed they're willing to revisit the rear elevation so that they will certainly omit the little side lights to either side of the Juliet doors. They may amend those to be just windows, but they're going to think about that. They may come back as Juliet balconies, but still Juliet doors, but minus the fan light, the side lights. They will also look at narrowing that middle window to make it, to give it a more of a vertical emphasis, and those plans would be presented to you at the next committee.
It's one.
Just for clarity for members, so the proposal to refuse the application on the basis of the officer recommendation was lost. So when this comes back next time, the only element you are going to be considering is the impact on the dark skies from the windows in the south elevation. We cannot be going back and revisiting everything else because that vote has already been lost, and now the lawyer's going to tell me something different.
He's an absolute mind reader. Of course, you could decide not to accept what's come forward and refuse it on the ground that one of the grounds that were two, because you voted on two. You can come back with a proposal that actually refuses it on one or some other ground. It's you're looking puzzled, Councillor Bonham.
Well, I am, because as you heard, I wanted to get assurance from the chair about which way I should vote to allow my amendment to be debated, and I would be reluctant if this committee could only review the dark skies element, because I know that some other members are concerned about the incongruity, and I would hope that they would have the option of considering that and voting on that as an element that they were concerned about if they were so minded.
Yeah, I think, Chairman, effectively, what you voted against was refusing it on those two grounds. You can come back with an either or, if you so much. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair. If I may, on which two grounds? Incongruity and dark skies, were those the two grounds that were
those were the two
in the
that
original?
rejected, unless of course you come up with a third ground.
I'm not coming up with any grounds.
So we have now the fact that we're looking to defer this application.
Yeah, I think this, because I don't think this is a delegated decision. This has to come back to members for, and if we can get the revised plans in within the next 2 weeks, we can then definitely make it. You can definitely get on the agenda, the next agenda. With the agenda for us, the agenda closes in approximately 2 weeks' time. So if you can get it in within 2 weeks, then we can go. Doesn't need to be that swiftly, but you've got 2 weeks. You've got 2 weeks to have a chat and come back about it. But it just needs to come back before the closing date for the publication of the agenda. That's all.
Members, with that clarification, that application is therefore deferred to come back with adjusted plans for consideration. Thank you, members. Thank you. We now move on to members, please. We now move on to agenda item 7. That's planning appeals update.
1 second. Let's see if I get this right. Okay. So I join the meeting.
Members, we're now into the appeals. Mr. Weimer, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've only got 3 today.
Members, please.
That's right, I'll take it out on hedgehogs. There's
Officers, please.
So the first one is actually a really good decision and actually a really interesting appeal, and I really would suggest members have a look through it. So this is Modbury. It was the Baker Estates application at Modbury that I'm sure there was a committee site visit.
Yeah.
So we've got the application site over here. And if you recall, there was a lot of debate around whether the pedestrian access was suitable. And the proposal was to come down in front of the site, in front of the industrial estate, to where there was still a footpath, a new crossing in, then back through Church Lane, and then back up to a footpath that joined further up. So one of the concerns was that wasn't a suitable and safe pedestrian access, and the other issue we had was that we didn't feel that they were providing sufficient affordable housing because they came forward with 0%. So there was now 0% can be acceptable if you can justify it from viability. So there was 4-day public inquiry on the first element on the pedestrian access. The inspector accepted that the route along sort of the A379 that then went round the corner, then up past, can't think what the Bloor Estate's called there, that we've looked at on more than one occasion and said, you really shouldn't be walking that. And most people wouldn't walk that, but the inspector said, yes, but it is clearly a desire line, and it is likely that numerous people would end up, that was the phrase he used, walking along the A379, that would be a hazard to both themselves and a hazard to drivers who are suddenly, I'm assuming he's thinking they'd suddenly veer to avoid pedestrians. So he accepted that there wasn't a safe pedestrian access being provided because the desire line, the perception would be that desire line is better than the safe route that they could use. Although and I think Councillor Taylor backed me up, the actual distance is probably not a great deal of difference between the two. It's very much perception that if you stay on the main road, it's a more direct route. There was quite a bit of debate at the inquiry that, come on, council, how can you allocate a site for housing and then say it hasn't got a safe pedestrian access, which actually, to be honest, is quite a fair point. And I think moving forward, when sites are allocated, we really perhaps do need to be looking a little bit more in terms of can you get a safe access, whether it's pedestrian or vehicular? But the inspector took the view that an allocation is just the allocation in principle, and it doesn't mean automatically that all the other issues are resolved or resolvable, and therefore he was comfortable accepting that the reason for refusal for an unsafe pedestrian access was sound and refused the appeal on that basis. There was debate around the use of Drover's Way for a footpath. If you remember, it's this area, this lane here, Drove, that there's no doubt that there is not clarity on ownership and whether a footpath can be provided So that was out of the equation. So moving on to the affordable housing point, the applicants submitted, as they have to, submitted a unilateral Section 106 undertaking, as you have to do with appeals. And they gave the inspector the option to effectively set, they said the 106 said anything from 0% to 30%. And then how the inspector dealt with the viability argument, he could then approve the appeal with either 0% or up to 30%. That became a moot point because it became clear the appeal was going to be dismissed anyway because of the pedestrian access. But when considering the affordable housing, and this is where it's really, it'd be good to have a look at it. They said 0%, we said, no, you can do 30%. They provided a viability assessment that actually said, well, not only can we do 0%, if this moves forward, it doesn't deliver a profit anyway, which our witness said, well, surely that adds a little bit of uncertainty around the robustness of this, because why would a developer come forward if the site makes a loss? There are some reasons for that, particularly if you then think, well, it's going to take 4, 5, 6, 7 years and property prices will go up, so you're taking a bit of a punt. But anyway, the inspector concentrated on the main areas of dispute, and I apologise for going on about this one, but it's a really important one. And the main areas of dispute were benchmark land value, so what's the current value of the site, and gross development value, what can they get for it when it's built and sold. So the planning policy guidance sets out that benchmark land value is the value of the existing use plus a landowner premium, which is normally up to about 50%. Because why would a landowner dispose of land if they're not going to make a profit on it? And the inspector concluded that the applicant's base land value was set too high. So we were saying, no, it's not worth that amount. It's about 40% less than that. And he accepted that the council's evidence was more robust. So they were over-egging, for want of a better phrase, the existing value. And then when they got to gross development value, he felt that the figures put forward for the sales values were lower than they could probably achieve, and accepted that the council's figures were more realistic. And to be fair, I take my hat off to Lionel Shelley and his colleague, who did an awful lot of work, and our housing team for the background, did an awful lot of work to unpick the viability assessment and put forward a very comprehensive and obviously believable argument for the inspector. So on those two key figures, we were saying, no, your land value's less and you can make more for when you sell it. Therefore, there's more money in the pot to deliver affordable. On top of that, there was a lot of work done looking at the development costs. And without going through the details, they've gone into it in some detail in the inspector's report, which is why it's worth reading. But the appellant was saying the costs were about 3.6 million, and we believe they're more likely to be around 2.1, 2.2 million. So again, there's a bit there. So the inspector basically said he felt the council's argument was correct, and that if approved, it should be delivering 30% affordable. Now, it's a bit of a moot point because of the pedestrian access, but what it does mean is if they can resolve the pedestrian access point, then our starting point is 30%. The only caveat I'll put into that is it is quite possible, I think, that to deliver, if it's delivering a footpath on Drovers Way, I suspect there's a ransom strip somewhere along the line that may well increase their costs, but that'll be for them to demonstrate. But it was a very, very good decision for us, and it really showed. But I can't exaggerate just how much work is involved in unpicking viability assessments and then demonstrating that appeal. Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. Just on the last thing, if they do persist with this and seek to establish a footpath along Drovers Way, does that, even if there is a ransom strip, is there a possibility that some of the cost of creating the Church Lane access would then be available for sorting out the ransom strip?
Yes, although I think the only cost, because my recollection, there's a pavement along most of the road from the site and the industrial estate, but there would obviously be a cost of pedestrian crossing and then creating new footpaths which are in red on the plan. So we would absolutely look at, okay, what do you now not have to do compared to what you have to do.
Thank you. And can I just add my thanks and congratulations? I think this was a very important decision. I think it was an important decision when the committee took it, and I think it's so thank you to everybody who worked so hard on it. And we understand the costs, but sometimes, you know, the prize is worth the price.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. I think everybody would say that, and I think it's worthwhile saying the officers spent a considerable amount of time, and obviously the 4 days, but I'd say it's worthwhile for every single councillor to read that appeal decision to understand, particularly as a viability argument, is one that we hear time and time again. There's a lot of evidence there. Councillor Pannell.
Yeah, a couple of questions on the same thing. It's on the footpath. Would it have been in the developer's gift to say, well, we'll make a section 106 or whatever and pay for the pavement to be extended around the corner on the main road? And you mentioned about when we're allocating sites in future, can we allocate, say there was a hypothetical piece of land somewhere else that had this missing bit of footpath, could we say when we allocate land that would be suitable, providing the developers pay for improving the footway?
Yes, I think, yes, you can. I think in this, my recollection from discussions I think the committee have had with Richard Jackson was that it's not physically possible to extend the footway up on the A379 because there isn't enough width to have the two carriageways and the footway. If there was, I suspect that would have been extended sometime before. But my understanding is it isn't. There simply isn't the width in the carriageway between when you go around those bends to put the footway in. Is my recollection.
Councillor Allen.
We need these. So the highways had no objection, didn't they? What kind of weight did that give at the appeal? How was that?
Highways did have an objection
Right. Yeah.
in terms of not the unsafe pedestrian access.
Right.
Richard Jackson was on the stand and was grilled significantly.
Okay.
But I believe his evidence went obviously some way to demonstrating to the inspector that it was unsafe.
Councillor Taylor?
Yeah, just obviously there is no room for pavement on that bend because when Blowers done their first development on Palm Cross, there was an application in and Mr. Jackson said no way, there's not room. And I don't know about ransom strip, I don't know where that comes from because Drovers Lane is no man's land, so that needs to be adopted if they can. But there's an objector on the end there, which owns the house, and if you've got one objector, that makes it more difficult. I mean, the landowner is at fault basically because he could have he had a right of way there over the years, but he didn't want to do it because he didn't want to make it into public footpath because you walk into the middle of his cattle yard. So he wanted to, that's why it wasn't dealt with before.
Councillor Abbott.
I understand this is a very touchy subject, and everyone wants their own property rights protected. But is not the subject of compulsory purchase both designed for working in the public interest?
Compulsory purchase of?
And I don't want to put any landowner on the spot, but there's a left side of the road, there's a right side of the road, and there's the pathway. There's 3 places, and so I just keep it general.
Yeah. In terms of the footpath along the roads, it is within the powers of both either the county or ourselves to make a public footpath order, and that there's a contingent responsibility to pay compensation, but that's a relatively straightforward process to go through, and it doesn't involve us actually acquiring the land. We just make the order, and there's a footpath created and a public right of way over it. It's something that was canvassed at the inquiry, but because Bakers hadn't included reference to the drovers or included drovers in as a point of access, it wasn't considered further by the inspector, but it was discussed at some length.
If that is pursued, personally, I would expect the developer to pay the council's costs for pursuing that, whether it's us or county, because yes, there is a public benefit to having more houses delivered, but there's also a significant private benefit to the developer who does them. So I wouldn't expect the council necessarily to do that without expenses being paid, but that's relatively small. It's not a massive amount in the overall scheme of things.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. I did read the inspector's report, and one of the things, because every day is a school day, that is of interest to me, and perhaps you'd just like, which you haven't touched on so far, was that I believe the appellant or appellant raised the fact that we had approved a kind of vet hutch at the end of the industrial estate. Could you remind us what the inspector's conclusions were about the interplay between this application and that one?
My recollection of the appeal decision, it was basically, this is a single dwelling, and the amount of pedestrian movements from a single dwelling is significantly less, and therefore the risk is significantly less than the number of new dwellings on this site. What was put forward by the council in evidence was that you also can't really look at this as a completely independent dwelling, because its occupancy is for people who are employed full time at the adjoining vets. So they're not going to be getting out and walking into town to work, because they just walk across the courtyard. So it was trying to compare. Well, it wasn't comparing like for like, both in terms of how it's occupied and the scale.
Thank you. I think, go back to what Pat said, if you haven't read it, read it, because it is interesting. It's very thought-provoking. But thank you, Pat.
It does demonstrate, if nothing else, it demonstrates in how much detail we have to go into if we're going to argue viability. We can't just say, no, we don't believe it. We really do have to drill down, which is why we'd make sure that we're comfortable that we can do that before a decision is made here.
Pat, if you'd like to move on to the next one.
I think this is the first time since I've been at this authority, which is just over 10 years, where we've had a appeal against the refusal to discharge a condition, because it doesn't happen very often, does it? So this is an application, and the condition was in respect of surface water. We were unhappy with the proposed surface water drainage system because it was relying on a pumped system. They didn't have rather than either dealing it on site or finding a way to deal with it gravity fed. They provided evidence that the site wasn't suitable for on-site soak away. There was no route available for a gravity fed system. Their only practical option was a pumped system to the combined sewer, and they had an they demonstrated agreement from South West Water that they were happy to take the surface water into the combined sewer. The inspector looked at it, considered it, and said, "I agree. That's the only practical way forward," and said they're discharging the condition. The appeal was allowed. Not much. Happy to take questions, but relatively straightforward. Do you want to take the next one? Yeah. So this touches on some of the things we were speaking about earlier. This is a it was a new dwelling, it wasn't an extension. It's new dwelling. I'm sure this has been in front of us on more than one occasion, or this site has. It's Weymouth Park. There's two sites next to each other, and I think both of them have been in front of the committee one time or another. And the application was for a 2-bed dwelling and an integral 1-bed annex. We refused it on the basis that it was a 3-bed dwelling, because if you look at it, it's an integral annex, and we felt it's just going to be used as a 3-bed dwelling. It's not going to be split up, which is exactly some of the points you were making earlier. But, and therefore, it's contrary to Dev 8, because we don't need any more 3-bed dwellings in Hope Cove. The inspector was quite blunt. It's not a 2-bed dwelling. It's not a 3-bed dwelling. It clearly shows on the plan it is a 2-bed dwelling and a 1-bed annex. So you can't make the assumption that it's going to be a 3-bed dwelling. Therefore, there is no conflict with Dev 8. Therefore, it's acceptable.
This is something that anybody can do, though.
Yes. It's difficult, isn't it? So it's almost impossible to prove at an application stage that an applicant or an appellant when it comes to appeal isn't going to do what the plans say they're going to do, because it's almost impossible to disprove a negative. They can just say, no, Granny's going to live here. That's how it's going to be used, and we wouldn't be able to disprove it. The only way you'd be able to deal with it is keep an eye on all of these ones and then provide almost like a body of evidence to say, well, it always happens, it always turns into it. But you've still got someone standing in front of an inspector saying, no, we're living here, my mother is going to live here, it is not going to be a 3-bed house. It's effectively a 2-bed unit and a 1-bed unit, and that's exactly what you want, because your neighbourhood plan says you want 2-bed units. Nationally, you know there's a shortage of 1-bed units where you're looking after an elderly relative. How is this unacceptable? And whilst we may have significant concerns about how it's going to go, standing in front of an inspector and demonstrating that's what's going to happen is a very difficult ask.
We can't condition.
I'd have to double check. I don't think the inspector conditioned that it should be a dwelling and an annex and not one dwelling. But I think we can start. I think we potentially could start looking at whether it's lawful to condition rooms not shown as bedrooms don't get changed to bedrooms, but how enforceable that is, because you just wouldn't know, would you?
Just ask you a question. I could wake up. It's what would you be enforcing against? The placing of a bed in the room or sleeping in the room?
But with something like the heat pump, you could specify that the heat pump has to be in that particular room. So, you know, would that work? Is it
where
something
it's
very
development,
specific? Like
yes.
that?
I think
Yeah.
for probably you with a planning decision, you can only control matters that are development and
Yeah.
how. From a dining room to a bedroom, for example.
That's right. But
And it's that point which strikes me as being, in our experience,
Taz, yeah. Borrow mine.
and that in Germany they talk about square meters and properties are different size. They don't talk about bedrooms, but we always talk about bedrooms. Let's change.
Other than for agricultural dwellings, and we try and persuade members to go to a certain size, but you invariably don't necessarily listen to us.
But yeah, yeah, no, we've picked up on quite a few occasions where the larger properties are being developed, you know, so many thousand square feet, and they're 3-bedroom. How many square meters do you need in a, you know, in a property, and how big do the bedrooms need to be? And I think that comes back to the thing, you know, is it a 2-bedroom, is it a 3-bedroom? We're not addressing it in the square meters, which would be the way of effectively controlling it.
But you wouldn't be able to turn something down on that respect, would you? That wouldn't be a reason for refusal, would it? It was just too big, or would it?
As I said earlier, I think this is something that really needs to be addressed in the next iteration of a local plan, because if you then put in a local plan, you didn't refer to something, you referred to something as 3-bed, but also put a maximum size to it, then I think that you need to address it in policy. I don't think you can't make policy on the hoof the way you do with applications.
Councillor Bond.
It's a fair point.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about this, you know, it's to do with affordability, because a 3-bed house with a beautiful plant room and an office.
Beautiful plant room.
A beautiful plant room and a, you know, lovely office. Yeah, a lot of plants. And incidentally, the heat pump wasn't actually next to the plant room, if you notice the detail. You know, it's affordability that we might also want to consider, but I agree, we probably can't do that with the current JLP. So,
Councillor Abbott.
So can we put it into the next version of the JLP?
I think it certainly merits a discussion about seeking to provide that sort of policy, yes. Because I totally agree with Councillor Long that you've got certain areas where something extensively is coming in as a 3-bed dwelling, but if you compared it to minimum bedroom sizes and national space standards, it's probably the equivalent of a 7-bed dwelling. Just simply because of the scale. So I think, but you'd have to have evidence as to why that's an appropriate way forward.
Thank you. Members, I think that concludes your appeal.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly, Councillor Panel.
See, there's a decision awaited on 34 Mewstone Avenue at appeal.
Well spotted. They did appeal. Which was refused. I think you picture that rear extension, the 2-story bit, as you stood in the room, the back left-hand corner had a window that went around the corner, which would look straight over to the neighbour, not the bungalow, the other side, and that was the reason for refusal there. We may have that decision by the time. Well, we're not bringing that one back, are we? Because we're going to get amended drawings that completely delete the offensive bit.
Well, unless they decide if they win the appeal, they could go ahead with that.
Well, if they win the appeal, they can build out the appeal scheme.
Right, thank you, members. That concludes planning appeals. We've got item 8, which is the update on undetermined major applications. This is just for noting, and I think we'll say the normal thing is that if you've got any questions on particular applications, that you speak to the planning officer involved on that, if it's in your area. Thank you, members. That, unless anybody else has got any other contributions, that concludes the meeting. Mr. Wyman?
I'd just like to say one thing once the meeting's concluded.
Right, okay. Members, that concludes today's meeting. Thank you for your forbearance through the whole of the day. Thank you.